NDC, we can never match our friends in the NPP. I mean, many of you remember that even as far back as 1992, in that very first election of this Fourth Republic, NPP already started promising this country their capacity to build rail lines from Accra all the way to the northern part of Ghana, 1992. So these are people who are known for easy promises, because unfortunately their belief is that to win power you simply need to say anything. So anything that can be promised, just promise it. So a contest between us and them on the back of promises is a contest that naturally we will lose. Why? Because if you have integrity and you have honor, you don't just promise anything for the sake of promise. So what I want to establish before I go into the Ghana we left is that promises are important, but promises based on policies that we want to deliver must be inspired by principles. When principles inspire your policies, you are able to deliver those policies. Now, so when, for example, you say that you want to transform Ghana in 18 months, we know that that's a policy. You clearly are stating a policy that is not anchored on truth. You are lying, because it's simply not possible in a developing country to tell people that you want to remove taxation and simply have a country that is only for production. It's not possible. Some amount of taxation will definitely continue. When you say one village, one dam, and you know beyond doubt that you do not have that capacity, you are deceiving the people. And that is what we have seen over the last 8 years, that every single one of those promises today have become promises that are null and void. Now, so we want to make a difference, and the difference we want to make is our promises and our policies are anchored on principles, and those principles represent the life of the promises that we make. So if you saw over the 8 years that we were in power, what it is that we were able to deliver for our country, you must appreciate that it is because every single thing we said, even though we were not perfect, was anchored by sound principles. And those principles were anchored on the respect we have for our people. The need for us not to just tell our people anything because we want power, but tell them what it is that we can truly achieve. Now, so in the 8 years that we were in office, these are some of the things that we left behind for our friends. Even though they came into office and the first thing they did was to tell the country that we left for them a country that was destroyed, a country that was in a mess. But truly, if you go through the record, you know that many governments would actually be happy to find the foundations that we left behind when we left office in 2016. In 2016, when we were living, we delivered our friends in the NPP a sound economy that was marked by sustainable public debt with a debt to GDP ratio that stood at 55.6%, a stable credit rating of B-, a low budget deficit of 6.1%, a declining inflation rate that stood around 15%. We handed over to them a depreciation of currency that stood about 9.6%. Handed over to them a manufacturing sector that was very strong. We handed over to them 2 massive oil fields that they inherited. Handed over to them a cocoa sector that was thriving and was producing at over 960,000 metric tons a year. Handed over to them a number of significant buffers, and some of these buffers are the ESLA that we handed over to them. We handed over to them Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, handed over to them a sinking fund, and all these were funds that any government taking office would be happy to inherit. Now, apart from this, we handed over to our friends the most monumental portfolio of investment that you can ever boast of in every sector, whether in the health sector, in the educational sector, in the energy sector, across the whole segment of all that we had in government. Many people would actually wish that they inherited such an economy. Our friends unfortunately took over and pretended this was an economy that was in chaos. Now, when you take over a country and you cannot even acknowledge what you take over, you lie about the quality of the economy that you had met, right from the word go, you are in difficulty. Now, so what I want to just close today to say is that our manifesto that we are presenting to you today, just as we have done in the past, is a manifesto that will be delivering to you promises and policies that we know are achievable. The things that we cannot do, we will not talk about. But what it is that we can do, we will elaborate today in order for the country to know the clear difference between the NDC and the NPP. The final thing I will say before I say that is that no government is perfect, so we accept that mistakes can be made. But what you do when you are in government is to show the humility, which humility means that when you are charting a path and there is a problem, you should have the capacity to acknowledge it and be able to receive the feedback so that corrections can be made. The manifesto we are presenting today is by no means going to be a perfect manifesto. But one thing we can promise you is the humility of the leadership, the humility of John Mahama, the humility of the people who are going to work with him, to be able to say if there is a problem, we will be able to receive the necessary feedback and do the corrections in order to be able to deliver for the future. Unfortunately, we deal with people who, even when it is blatantly wrong, even when the vehicle is driving in the wrong direction, they are too proud, they are not humble enough, they are too arrogant to acknowledge it, and they continue driving in that same direction, refusing any feedback, refusing any constructive criticism. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to say more than this, but to simply establish to you that we are a party that makes every effort to establish every policy and every promise we made on sound principles, the principles of truth, the principles our national anthem teaches us, that we need to cherish fearless honesty in all we do. It is only on the back of that honesty that we can truly have a nation that is truly great and strong. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the General Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst some revered chiefs that I would like to acknowledge. We have here the paramount chief for Gomua Ejumako, Obrimpon Nyamfo Krampa. A round of applause for him. We also have here the chief of Efitu Ebusuya Penyin, Nenyi Akon. A round of applause for him. We have here Nana Nekte. A round of applause for him as well. Then we have the Moses chief for the Greater Accra region, Naba Kauda. A round of applause for him. Then we have Dr. Chief Ishaku Tutumaba, the Borisa #2 Gonja chief for Ejumako traditional area. A round of applause for him. We also have here our hard-working parliamentary candidates. A round of applause for our PCs. But let me specially acknowledge one of our PCs. He is the reason why every part of Winneba is painted with NDC colors. He is our PC for this constituency and inshallah the incoming member of parliament for Winneba. Dr. James Kofi Annan is here. A round of applause for him. Thank you for your good work. Ladies and gentlemen, turn to your neighbor and ask him or her whether he has a number. Do you have a number? Do you have a number? Eyezu. The man I'm about to introduce has a number. He is a number 3 in Ghana. A seasoned politician who has served this nation dutifully in many roles. He is a vanguard of our democracy and the public interest. But for him, I'm not sure that what we even have left as Ghana would have been in place. Ladies and gentlemen, a rousing round of applause for the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Alban Sumana Bagbe. Joe Boy. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have here, even though I'll be introducing her later when she's about to speak, but it is important that I do so now before the main introduction. Ezu, our mother is in the house, the vice presidential candidate of the NDC and the incoming first female vice president of Ghana is here. Professor Nana Jane Obokwajeman is in the house. Make some noise. Mamio Dende. Thank you. And then we have another mother. Your mother, my mother, our mother, the quintessential woman who has been taking care of our father. We have another mother. Your mother, my mother, our mother, the quintessential woman who has been taking care of our father, the woman who has transformed lives through her foundation. She's been First Lady, and by the grace of God, she is the incoming First Lady of Ghana, the beautiful wife of our father, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama is in the house. Make some noise and show her some love. Choboy. Now we've listened to our General Secretary. General. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing round of applause, welcome to the microphone the national chairman of the great NDC. The national chairman of the great NDC. The national chairman of the great NDC. Honorable Johnson Esiedun Ketia.
Nana Jane Obokwajeman. You know something? I'm cutting the protocols here because I charge my General Secretary to establish a very elaborate protocol list so that if he makes a mistake, I will not be blamed. So I would like at this stage to write on the protocols established ably by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress. But before I proceed, we had a shocking news yesterday, and that was the demise of one of our comrades, Comrade Eric Datson. Served the party dutifully, beginning from a branch youth organizer, 2 terms constituency youth organizer, a deputy regional youth organizer, a regional youth organizer, and deputy national youth organizer aspirant, and a long-term central regional communications member. Ordinarily, we could have maybe postponed this event, but we've been taught that when comrades are in battle, some comrades will fall. But we fight forward, win the victory, before we come back to count the fallen comrades. So on this note, we are encouraged to proceed without him. But I'll crave the indulgence of everybody here for us to remember him with just 1 minute silence before we proceed with the rest of the proceedings. Shall we stand up and observe a minute silence for Comrade Eric Datson? May his soul and the soul of the earlier departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Comrades, since 2017, Ghana has seen the most ignoble degeneration in all areas of our national life. Our economy has collapsed to the extent that we now have introduced new fanciful terms such as haircuts and domestic debt exchange into our economic management lexicon. For the first time in our history, pensioners who toil to serve our country and are entitled to a quiet retirement have had to picket at the Ministry of Finance to demand their hard-earned savings, which they had invested in government bonds. The sight of these senior citizens on television painted a rather bizarre image of our beloved country to the international community. Our present government has introduced a plethora of taxes that have visited excruciating hardship and a debilitating impact on our living conditions. Our infrastructure has broken down and many of our roads have been left in a bad state. Our hospitals have been neglected and many projects meant to enhance the quality of our health services have been completely ignored. Our educational system has been destroyed almost completely due to the reckless and the incompetent approach to the implementation of the free senior high school education program after the smooth introduction of the progressive free senior high school education program by the Mahama administration. Many parents have become exasperated as they demand the ever-elusive quality education for their wards. In the energy sector, ladies and gentlemen, the mismanagement has been phenomenal. and Dumso, that was effectively ended by the Mahama administration in 2016, has again reared its devastating head in Ghana. Underpinning all these setbacks has been the massive corruption, nepotism, favoritism, and impunity that has weakened independent state institutions and furthered the process that we are convinced will help create the egalitarian society that we all seek for our country, Ghana. We assure Ghanaians that this manifesto, which represents the People's Manifesto, provides a solid framework for building the Ghana we want together. We urge you to identify with our manifesto policy proposals and dedicate yourselves to voting for the NDC on December 7, 2024, to reset and build Ghana, to bring it back from the abyss into which the country has sunk. Let us join hands to reset and rebuild the Ghana we want together. Long live Ghana, long live the National Democratic Congress. I thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Tomorrow by this time, I will be how many of you believe that tomorrow by this time, God will make a way? God bless you, God bless you. And
another round of applause for Jack Alolomi. Tomorrow by this time, God would have made a way
of getting any support from.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst members of the diplomatic corps that I want to quickly.
To the farm anymore. It's my mom who is able to.
We have here Mr. Bobby Carlos, head of consular services of the Togo Embassy. A round of applause for him. We have here Ketura Brown and Dennis Amenyedeto from the U.S. Embassy. A round of applause for them. We also have here Paul Edwards from the British High Commission. A round of applause for him. We have here Joshua Atabinori, advisor to the ambassador of the Netherlands in Ghana. And then we have Claire, the deputy head of the delegation from the European Union, is also here with us. A round of applause for him. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we also have some chiefs here that are here to be acknowledged. We have Nana Kwejo Sei II, Jasehene. A round of applause for him. Then we have Nana Trebo Onda, Nana Kiniku Akom, Nasei Kenejaba Sika II, Nasei Amanko II, Nasei Awo Bonako I, and Nana Checheba I. A round of applause for all of them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a time we've all been waiting for. It is now time for us to go into the 2024 manifesto of the great NDC. The man who is going to start the presentation is not the one you were expecting to start, because usually he doesn't speak around this time. But because this manifesto is anchored on his vision, he will be setting the ball rolling by sharing with us the vision underpinning the manifesto and very important highlights in the manifesto. But he will be back again for part 2 of his presentation, where he will be sharing with us his first 120-day social contract. In other words, his promises for his first 120-day in office. I know that by now you already know who is coming. Do you know who is coming? Are you ready? Boy! You see, our country is at a defining moment. A time when all of us are called upon to the rescue to save what is left of our nation after 8 years of deplorable leadership and mismanagement by the incumbent regime. Those who said that Yetisi were come there, those who said that they were too old to steal our money, those who projected themselves as economic messiahs have turned around to plunder the resources of this country. And today we are all feeling the consequences. We are all suffering. Never in the history of this country has our nation been subjected to this rape and state capture. And so from the north to the south, from the east to the west, there is a loud cry for change. And make no mistake about it, this cry for change is not about any political party. This cry for change is about the redemption of the soul of our nation. It is about the healing of the soul of our nation. It is about resetting our country for jobs, prosperity for all, and accountability. And ladies and gentlemen, as daunting as this task is, we all have the collective capability under the right leadership to turn things around. The right leadership. But you see, who is that leader who can be trusted to lead all of us to build the Ghana we want together? I'm sure you will agree with me that that leader is none other than the visionary nation builder. A man of vision. A man who has love for Ghana, a man of integrity, despite the many lies which were heaped on him and the deliberate character assassination that this man was subjected to. Today, God and posterity has vindicated him. Today, he remains squeaky clean. And one thing about this man is that he is not a try and error person. He's a man with a proven track record. In only 4 years, Choboy, this man gave Ghana the best international airport in the whole of West Africa. Choboy, in only 4 years, this man gave us the biggest ports in the whole of West Africa. In only 4 years, and I'm not talking about projects that someone started and he came to complete. Projects started and completed. Choboy, in only 4 years, under his leadership, the Bank of Ghana Hospital was built. In only 4 years, the Ghana Maritime Hospital was built under his leadership. In only 4 years, the Dodowa Hospital was built. In only 4 years, here in the central region, the Kaswa Interchange was built. In only 4 years, the Kaswa Polyclinic was built. And under his leadership, in only 4 years, we saw the single largest contribution to our secondary school stock in Ghana. The commencement of the construction of 124 secondary schools, 46 of which he completed and operationalized. And today in the central region, if you go to Diaso, you will see some there. If you go to Mori, you will see some there. If you go to Awutu of Akko, you will see some there. And that is why we call him the nation builder. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the stone that the builders rejected, which has become the chief cornerstone, the flag bearer and the leader of the great National Democratic Congress, and by the grace of God, the incoming president of the Republic of Ghana. Welcome to the microphone, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the Nation Builder.
John Mahama waya 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 waya.
Thank you very much. My dear comrades, members, supporters, sympathizers, and followers of the National Democratic Congress, the good people of Ghana watching and listening from across the country and the world, and those who have joined us here in Winneba, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, my running mate for the 2024 election, the Right Honorable Speaker, Alban Bagbin, a bona fide member of our party, of the National Democratic Congress, the good people of Ghana watching and listening from across the country and the world, and those who have joined us here in Winneba, Professor, my running mate for the 2024 election, the Right Honorable Speaker, Alban Bagbin, a bona fide member of our party, my beloved wife, Lordina, my dear children who are here with me, Sharaf, Shahid, Farida, thank you, I acknowledge you. Our National Chairman, Johnson Asiedu Ketia, our General Secretary, Fiavik Kwete, our traditional rulers who have been so kind to join us here today, our members of the Council of Elders who, despite age, have managed with keen sticks to join us this morning, party supporters, ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather with hope as one people, united in victory, and as one nation, Ghana, with a common, invisible destiny. Today we also gather to reignite and reaffirm the dreams of our forebears, led by Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, founder of our great nation, a nation with one destiny, a destiny that cannot afford to endure one additional day beyond January 7, 2025, of the maladministration, the mismanagement, and state capture this nation has been subjected to over the last almost 8 years. For the sake of God's children and in the name of God, hardship, the impunity, the state capture, the hypocrisy, the lies, and bad governance that has been inflicted on them over the 2 terms of this outgoing administration. We cannot fail Mother Ghana, and therefore I urge you all to vote for change on December 7th, 2024. We, the members of the National Democratic Congress, have gathered here to express our utmost belief in democratic governance. The time is up for them to go. They have decimated our democracy beyond recognition, They've destroyed livelihoods and families and pushed millions of our people below the poverty line. Your vote on December 7th will end the tyranny, it will end the cronyism, it will end the corruption, it will end the hardship. It will also pave the way for the vision, experience, and trustworthiness. And I, John Dramani Mahama, is going to restore that to the Flagstaff House. As I've said before, this government must begin writing their handing over notes if they have not started doing so already. This MPP administration has been the biggest political scam that has been pulled on Ghanaians since our independence in 1987. And I'll explain why. They were repackaged with ribbons and sweetly scented with entire promises. Most Ghanaians would agree that Nana Akufo-Addo is indeed the president Ghana never got. And indeed, I dare say, his much touted economic wicked Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is also the economic messiah Ghana never got. The NPP government took over from our administration on 7 January 2017. They inherited an energy sector we had stabilized with the fastest mobilization of emergency power of almost 800 megawatts in the history of Ghana. Along with this came a new Energy Sector Levy Act, which we call ESLA, with potential revenues of 3 billion Ghana cedis every year to pay off legacy sector debts. They inherited an ongoing Millennium Challenge Compact of $547 million aimed at making Ghana's energy sector the most efficient in Africa. This family, ruling family, quarreled over the shares in the PDS company and led to the US pulling back $190 million, which was meant for the most critical component of the compact, and that is private sector participation and improvement in collections at the distribution end of electricity value chain. We had $50 million of the IMF extended credit facility initiated by my administration. Most of our state-owned enterprises were breaking even or making a profit. We handed that to them. They inherited a cocoa production of more than 960,000 metric tons of cocoa, with a cocoa board that was making profit and owed only 1.5 billion cedis to the central bank cocoa bills. We handed over to them 2 new oil-producing wells, the 10 Field and the ENI Sakofa, which increased Ghana's oil production by more than 100,000 barrels per day, with additional gas of more than 200 million standard cubic feet per day. And this increased Ghana's oil revenues from petroleum by more than $500 million every year. They took over from our administration a stabilization fund in which we had accrued $277 million, a Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund with seed money of $270 million, a sinking fund account at the Bank of Ghana with a balance of over $200 million. They inherited a budget that ran a deficit of 6.1%, with zero borrowing from the central bank, the Bank of Ghana, zero borrowing. They inherited a stable currency that traded at about 4 cedis, $1. Inflation was at 15.4%. Unemployment was at 8.4%. And when we handed over the administration of this country to the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, Ghana's debt as a percentage of our GDP was 56%. Consolidation, we handed over an economy that was set to grow above 8%, as predicted by the World Bank and IMF and all the credit rating agencies. Private businesses enjoyed an enabling environment to thrive, and foreign investors were queuing to make investments in our economy. The NPP government also took off with a stabilized economy and significant buffers with enormous domestic and internal goodwill. Indeed, this has been the most favored government in our history. But alas, the Ghanaians people's favor, their goodwill, has been repaid with only pain and anguish. This government has received more revenue than all governments combined in the history of Ghana. And as the saying goes, to whom much is given, much is expected. Unfortunately, the Ghana have been severely shortchanged by this administration. The scorecard of this administration has been abysmal. An inflation rate that went as high as 54% and is currently still hovering above 20%. Ghana today has one of the highest food inflation rates in the whole of Africa. We have a currency that has depreciated to almost 16 cedis to $1, and we borrowed more than 70 billion from the central bank, the Bank of Ghana, causing a serious upsurge in inflation and causing the Bank of Ghana to go broke. We have a debt to GDP that went as high as 100%, and today the unemployment rate is almost 15%, from just above 8% in 2016. Worst of all, Ghana has defaulted on her debt payments and has engaged in a debt exchange that has resulted in painful haircuts, and they have deferred the tenure of bonds at lower interest rates. This has caused a lot of trouble for investors, including pensioners. Cocoa production, which has been one of the mainstay of our economy, has plummeted, and for the first time in the history of our country, the Cocoa Board annual syndication, which was sought after by all international banks, today it has no takers. Nobody is willing to lend Cocoa Board any money. Production volumes are down, and Cocoa Board is seeking delayed delivery of almost 350,000 tons of cocoa to next year. It means that your government, NDC, is the one going to have to find the 350,000 to fill that hole, to pay the debt. Cocoa Board has also defaulted on almost 13 billion Ghana cedis in cocoa bonds. Oil and gas production has declined by 32%, and debt to independent power producers has increased astronomically. Today, the majority of state-owned enterprises are posting massive losses. The COVID pandemic, rather than an adversity, turned out to be a blessing, with a windfall for the government of almost 25 billion Ghana cedis of inflows, most of which were doled out to companies owned by family and friends. The majority of our citizens are convinced that our country, Ghana, is going in the wrong direction. Faith in our democracy is at its lowest, and many of our youth do not believe that constitutional governance is working for them. Faith in democratic institutions and the political leadership is at its lowest ebb, and corruption is at its highest. And Ghanaians have become numb to the scandals that are exposed almost every week. And when you have a president who says he does not understand the hullabaloo that is being made about the sale of snitch hotels to a minister in his own government, then clearly he is on a completely different wavelength from the rest of us in this country. My brothers and sisters, this is a president who just doesn't get it. Many domestic and foreign investors have adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Many of them I have met have told me that they are waiting for a signal from the Ghanaian people that the political and business environment is going to change for the better. We are going to effect a change of course. so that we can provide a reasonable environment for them to put in their investments. Ladies and gentlemen, the Holy Book in Matthew 25:14-30 tells one of the parables of Jesus Christ, and this is the parable of the talents. This parable teaches us to invest whatever is put in our care wisely for the benefit of our master. The master in this case is the people of Ghana. This administration is just like the last of the servants who buried his talents that was given to him by his master, and when his master came, he returned the 1 talent to him. But in this case of Akufo-Addo and Bawumia and their cabal, they did not bury the 1 talent and give us back our 1 talent when we returned. They gambled with the talents that we gave them, and they landed the people of Ghana in a huge debt. We cannot continue on this path. Lessons must be learned from the experience of these last almost 8 years. A vote for the MPP will be an expression of satisfaction with the impunity of the last 8 years. A vote for the MPP is a vote for a third term for Nana Akufo-Addo. A vote for the MPP in this election is a vote to escape accountability. It is a vote to allow officials who have stolen and raped this country's resources to escape accountability and go laughing all the way to their bank accounts. Ladies and gentlemen, their flag bearer and his running mate, who have been prominent actors in this horror movie Ghanaians have watched these last almost 8 years, you know horror movies, don't you? Their flag bearer and his running mate, who have been prominent actors in the horror movies Ghanaians have watched these most last 8 years. These people cannot be the ones to exact accountability from the government of which they have been an integral part. We are at a critical juncture in our democratic history. Choices we make in elections come with consequences. We cannot afford to fail this time. A rescued population does not have the luxury of trial and error. They do not have the luxury of trying a driver's mate who has learnt his driving skills from the same driver who crashed the Ghanaian vehicle of state. Our democracy needs a reset. Our economy needs a reset. Our governance needs a reset. And our attitude needs a reset. We need a government that will galvanize the efforts of all Ghanaians, irrespective of ethnicity, religion, or party affiliation. We need a government that will allow all businesses to thrive, whether owned by domestic investors or foreign investors, no matter their ethnic, religious, or partisan colors of its owner. We need to make a change that will usher in a government that is responsible and accountable. We need to open up this country for business again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present to our manifesto. We need a leadership that will crack the ship when its own appointees go down the wrong track. We need a responsive government that will respect the rights and freedoms of our citizens, including journalists, and address the ongoing decay of state institutions and fight corruption by deploying the Operation Recover All the Loot principle. Operation Recover All the Loot strategy, and that is ORAL. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are presenting to you a manifesto that will help take back your future, take the future of Ghana back in the hands of the Ghanaian people. Ladies and gentlemen, I will at this point give you some highlights of our manifesto, after which my running mate, by God's grace, the next Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, a prominent daughter of the Central Region, and other presenters delve into other areas of the manifesto. Ladies and gentlemen, first is resetting the economy for prosperity. In 20 days in office, we will hold a national economic dialogue to draw up a 4-year fiscal consolidation plan. We would rationalize taxes, abolishing among us the obnoxious e-levy the COVID levy, 10% levy on bet winnings. We will review import duties and levies on vehicles and equipment. We will increase indigenous participation in the banking and financial sector. And we will free the statutory funds, the GET Fund, HIL, Road Fund, to be able to achieve their mandated objective. Ladies and gentlemen, alleviating the current economic hardships. And one of our first programs is the no fee stress policy. There are many students who are unable to take up their places in tertiary educational institutions because they cannot afford to pay their academic user fees, the academic fees. And so we'll take that stress off them. For the first year, they will not be required to pay fees. And I assure the universities it will not affect their internally generated funds. We're going to give the money to the student's loan. The student loan will pay it to the universities as a grant. It will be paid as a grant, not as a loan. And aside from that, we're going to increase the subvention that goes to our public universities so that we can improve quality and learning in those universities. We will provide free tertiary education for all persons with disability. And we will provide free sanitary pads for girls in school. If you remember, Nana Jane started that policy with a World Bank facility, and they called that loan the PAD loan. Yes, we are proud of the PAD loan. It's how our young girls who are going through their periods to be neat and hygienic and not to miss will be able to go to school all year round. We will uncap the National Health Insurance Levy. Currently, there's a cap on the levy, and so a portion of the levy goes into the consolidated fund. And so the Health Insurance Authority is not able to pay the health facilities, reimburse them the services that they provide. We will uncap the health insurance so that all the National Health Insurance Levy will go into the National Health Insurance Fund so that they can pay the hospitals for looking after our people. And of course, this is associated with it. We'll revitalize the health sector by ensuring timely releases of payment to service providers. We established the Ghana Medical Care Trust, into brackets, somebody calls it Mahama Cares, to support persons with chronic diseases such as kidney failure, cancer, sickle cell, diabetes, hypertension, and other health-related diseases. We'll also introduce the community pharmacy concept, and that will encourage people to go to your local pharmacy and go have your blood pressure taken and your sugar checked, so that if you have diabetes or high blood pressure, we're able to know early so that you can get treatment and be able to survive. We'll implement free private health care services. So if you go to a CHIPS compound or a health center, whether you have a national health insurance card or not, you will be treated for free. And so from the health center level down, polyclinic, health at CHIPS compound, if you go, you will be treated for free. From the district referral hospital upward, you use your Ghana card, your national health insurance card, and you receive treatment. We will expand health infrastructure to restore the automatic employment and timely deployment of health workers. And so we're not going to wait till elections are coming and announce that we've opened the recruitment portal. The recruitment portal will be open and will do continuous employment of workers, doctors, and nurses. We need a first-class children's hospital in Ghana. The existing children's hospital has outlived this fullness. And so we're going to construct a state-of-the-art 500-bed specialist children's hospital in Accra. And so children who have sickness that cannot be handled in other parts of the country will come to Accra. There will be specialist pediatricians there, give them the care they deserve. Of course, we will expand, we'll construct a state-of-the-art, I've said that one. We'll also construct a fertility center. There are a lot of mothers who cannot have children just because there's something wrong with the reproductive system. It can be corrected and can have babies and enjoy the joy of motherhood. But currently, the prices that the private fertility hospitals charge are out of the range of most mothers. And so government will step in. We'll build a fertility center where mothers who want children can come for consultation, and they will be given the treatment so that they also can enjoy the joy of motherhood. I'll go quickly. We'll expand the facilities at the Houghton Hospital in order that it can provide special services and also be a quaternary hospital to serve the University of Health and Alliances. In the whole of the OT corridor up the northeastern part of the country, there's no trauma hospital. And so we'll build a hospital there so that persons who are involved in accidents on the eastern corridor will have a place where they can be treated properly before they are transferred. We'll establish modern dialysis centers in hospitals in regions that don't have them. Currently, most of Upper West, my own hometown, Bole, and other places, you have a kidney ailment. The only place you can go for treatment is in Kumasi. And you have to go with your wife, your family, you have to find a place to stay. It is a burden. And so we want to make sure that every region has a modern dialysis center so that we can ease the burden. Persons with kidney ailments. We will build modern hospitals in Boko, Yendi, and other served areas. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, this is the This is the 24 economic clock. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. 1, 3, 3. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. Obiabedi. Ezu. Extraordinary problems require extraordinary solutions for extraordinary reasons. And so businesses and public organizations will be encouraged to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each. This will boost production, it will increase employment and provide well-paying jobs. It will transform Ghana into an import substitution and export-led country. It will employment opportunities and revenue, and it will enhance access to public services. We will focus on some selected public institutions that have huge customer traffic. For instance, ports and harbors should be open 24/7. That means we have to employ more workers at the port. We have to employ more customs officers, more Gapoha workers, more forklift operators and all that. We need customs. Customs should work 24/7, 3 shifts, so that at any time your items come, customs at any time of the day is open for business. You can go and process your import things, papers, and take your things out of the port. You must have a passport office that is operating longer than 8 hours. People who need passports and other such documentation can have access to it. We must have a DVLA that is working more shifts so that more people can get their licenses processed in a shorter time than the current waiting time. In the private sector, the sectors that we are looking to promote and encourage to run 24/7 and 3 shifts are first the agro-processing sector. That is those who will process our cassava into cassava starch, cassava flour, gari, and all that. There's a huge market in Africa for all these products and in the other parts of the world. Manufacturing, that is industry. Manufacturing, that is industry. And so the textiles industry, the fruits juice making industry, all the industries, the iron and steel industry will be encouraged to run 24/7. The pharmaceutical sector, we want Ghana to be the pharmaceutical hub of the whole of Africa, so that we'll produce medicines here and export them to all African countries. Construction sites, we want our construction company to work 24/7 all year, all hours, so that they can deliver our infrastructure faster than they currently do. Financial services, the same. Sanitation and garbage collection. It is better to collect garbage boiler in the night rather than collect the boiler and be competing with cars in the daytime when we have rush hour traffic. Extractive industries, the mines, mining bauxite, mining gold, mining manganese, lithium, they must work 24/7, 3 shifts every day. Hospitality industry, restaurants, discotheques, our nights, our hotels, 24/7, 24 hours a day. Retail centers, all the malls, there's no reason why you should start. People can come in the night time and buy items, so they should work longer than 8 hours. Transportation services, there should be buses running 24 hours so that people who have to go to their can be able to get a bus to go to their jobs. Security services, We need safety and security to be able to implement the 24-hour. And so we need more police officers, we need more soldiers, we need more prison officers, more fire service officers, more customs, more immigration. Now the support package for 24-hour business is to stimulate demand for 24-hour economic goods and services. And this is supported by strategic investments in infrastructure, in security, in energy. We'll have public and private security architecture, cheaper and reliable electricity. That is the time of use tariff. So in the night when we're not using much of the power and it's going to waste, we can supply it to the 24-hour economy and at cheaper rates than we currently charge. Tax incentives to companies that will sign up for the 24-hour economy, doing tax incentives so they pay lower taxes so they can reinvest what they have saved back into their production. We'll give them support from the Ghana Exim Bank, especially for the agro-processing and manufacturing sectors that are going to be exporting. We'll support SMEs opening capacity with catalytic investments to up and generate jobs. The Accelerated Export Development Council. I'm going to chair that personally to accelerate our exports. We're going to register more Ghanaian goods in the African Continental Free Trade Area so that we can export to other countries. And I'm going to chair that personally. And we'll meet every month and appraise where we're at in terms of encouraging Ghanaian businesses to export. This Accelerated Export Development Council will promote exports under the 24-hour economy. My running mate will talk more about this, so I will jump it. Women's Bank. It will give low interest loans, particularly to women's businesses. She will talk more about it, so let's jump it. The National Apprenticeship Program will be for self-employment, and it will also help who have come out of school at different levels, who want to go and learn a skill, but parents are unable to pay the masters for them to go and learn. The government, through the district assembly, is going to register all master craftsmen. We're going to pay them and assign young people to them so that they can learn a skill to go into the world of work. Next slide. Free technical and vocational training for young people. The time for grammar school education has passed. The time where you were judged by the long grammar you could speak has passed. We now need more technicians, more mechanics, more plumbers, more artisans. And so we're going to shift our focus from grammar school and build more talent vocational educational schools so that our children who leave free HHS, who leave JHS and unable to continue can go and train as apprentices and be graduated with certificates, with them with startup capital to be able to start their own small businesses. We'll also use NVTI to train and test them so that they can get their certificates to enter the world of work. We have what we call the Jumaura program. And this is the entrepreneurial program. Nobody says you must finish school and become an employee. You can finish school and become an employer and employ employees. And so every year we want to target 10,000 youth earners to set up their own businesses. We'll mentor them, we'll supervise them until they're able to stand on their own feet. And they will employ colleagues instead of becoming employees. Business development. We exempt new and small businesses, that is some enterprises, new and small businesses that are registered, and personal income tax of businesses from the first 2 years after they are incorporated. So if you are a young person under this program and you set up your business, for 2 years you pay any corporate income tax. You start paying after 2 years. Because we want the business to be able to get rounding and be able to stand on its feet before they start paying taxes. We'll review the Customs Amendment Act to scrap the ban on salvage vehicles. Not everybody can afford a new vehicle. And so their vehicles in good shape, they must have small accident. We have young people in the magazine who are repairing these vehicles. We are banning these vehicles. We are throwing those young people out of work. And so we allow some vehicles to come in so that other people can buy vehicles at affordable rates. And if we do this, it will save the local automotive industry. And so the Swami magazine, the Kokompes, the Aboso kinds will continue their business even as we set up an automobile industry. What the redevelopment of Kokompe, Aboso Kai, and all those magazines so that it creates a more congenial environment for people to come and do business. We'll implement a Made in Ghana agenda for the production and consumption of Made in Ghana goods. Government is going to use its budget to buy Made in Ghana goods first. It's only when you can't get that good that you'll be allowed to buy a foreign product. If the good is produced in Ghana, you must buy it first. And so we're going to use government's financial muscle to encourage local production of goods and services. And if you are a foreign industry and you want us to buy your goods, come and establish the factory here. Produce what you want us to buy here. We will launch an Export Ghana policy, and it is the Accelerated Economic Development Council that is going to oversee this Export Ghana policy. And we're going to use that policy to facilitate exports under African Continental Free Trade Area and also the ECOWAS trade organization. We will enhance the role of the Ghana Exim Bank in financing non-national exports. We will readjust their focus so that they are putting money into industries that are exporting products, so that we can give them capital at cheaper rates. Money yo, am I right? A money yo pension scheme. We'll introduce a money yo pension scheme so that persons in the informal who want to put something aside for their pension and their retirement can put 10 Ghana cedis a day, 5 Ghana cedis a week, 50 Ghana cedis. They will keep paying it so that when it gets to their turn for retirement, they have some money that they can rely on. We'll also, this pension scheme will cover commercial drivers and my dear Okada riders. They will also be part of the pension. It will also be extended to small-scale mine farmers, fishermen, traders, and market women. People who research on daily basis. You put a little aside. If it's every week, you pay it into the money, or you can use your mobile phone and pay, and the account will keep being updated. So after 15 years, money has been invested. When you are retiring, you have your pot of money so that you can be getting pension every month in your old age. Digital jobs initiatives. We'll partner the private sector to invest $3 billion to leverage ICT for jobs. And this will be through the 1 million coders program. We announced this in 2020, and we didn't win power, so we couldn't implement it. Somebody lifted it from our 2020 manifesto and quickly put it as if it was theirs. As I go and look in 2020, you see that we had already put it there. But we will continue with our 1 million coders program to train 1 million people in coding and web development, software engineering, and others. We will stimulate demand for Made in Ghana software. We are exporting a lot of hard currency. When we import goods, we know we are sending foreign currency out to buy those goods. When we import food, we are sending money out to buy that food. But when we send money out to pay copyright, Microsoft, to Oracle, to all the people whose software we're running on our banks and all our online portals and all that, nobody sees it. And so if we are going to train 1 million to do software, web hosting and all that, we must create a demand for it locally. And government will first see if we have the available software in-house before we allow anybody to buy software. And so we exchange payments for subscriptions to overseas vendors. We establish regional digital centers for business process outsourcing. Business process outsourcing is when you sit in Ghana and you get a contract abroad to do a certain job. You're able to do it from here, being physically there. And so you can process parking tickets in New York, can process various items that they want. At times when they want to bed, they need somebody to be taking calls and responding to clients. They sometimes send it to other countries. Ghana is a good center to take advantage of this because English is even clearer than many of the other countries that are doing the business process outsourcing. So people want Ghana to expand. Invest million in a fintech growth fund to promote digital entrepreneurs. I announced ago when I met the fintech entrepreneurs. Set up zonal ICT parks, Ghana the Innovation, Artificial Intelligence and Cyber Security Center of Africa. Redevelop the Dawa ICT Park into a world center of excellence. Ghana's first flagship programs will work with the private sector to make Ghana the hub for pharmaceutical production. I've announced this already. We want our pharmaceutical industry to export drugs to all other African countries and other places. We'll develop an integrated aluminum industry for industrialization. We'll invest in the production of plastics, fertilizers, and other synthetic materials here. Expansion of the automotive and vehicle assembly sector. With this one, government is going, if we budget to buy vehicles, we're going to buy vehicles that have been assembled in Ghana. We will not buy vehicles from outside and bring them in. So all those who have set up automotive assembly plants here, if government needs every year, we're going to buy those vehicles from them, not from outside. We will promote light industrial manufacture, especially in the textiles, electronic products. Today I was speaking with an investor and talking about the textiles industry. And I told him, I said, unfortunately, we're not producing our own cotton. And he said, you don't need to produce your own cotton now. You import cotton from Burkina Faso. You can import cotton from Benin and start your industry. And when you have started it, you can backward integrate it in your own cotton product. Brilliant idea. So I told him, on 8 January, I'll be come and see me, and let's start working. And so we'll revamp the textile and cotton and industries. We'll set up agro-industrial zones in all regions. I've said this already. We'll get a site in every region. Government will clear the site. We'll develop the site. We'll bring water, electricity to the site. And any private sector developer who wants to produce, to buy agro products and process, can come and get a land within the processing zone and start his business, so that he doesn't have to go. And quarrel with families. They'll sell him land. Another person will come. No, the land was not for this one. Government will secure the land so that they can easily start their businesses. Establish mini processing plants for cassava, tomato, fruits. Set up cashew processing factories in Bono East and Ahafo, where we have the most cashew. Set up ginger processing plants in OT. We look at the comparative advantage of every region, and we will set up the plants that suit that region. We're not doing one district, one factory. We're looking at every region's comparative advantage, and we'll put in the process capacity that will make use of their products. Facilitate the construction of 20 medium-scale animal feed plants and revamp the collapsing poultry industry. One of the inputs that goes into poultry and livestock is the feed. It's expensive because we import a lot of it currently. If we're producing more of it, we can get a lower for the feed. And so we'll set up 20 feed process plants so that they can process and produce feed locally. One area, Bono area, I know the Doma area, there's a lot of poultry. We'll give poultry cage to all the young people who want to do poultry. Exim Bank will give them assistance to produce the chicken. We'll produce cold storage facilities and processing facilities so they can process their chicken and keep it in the cold storage facilities for, ready for the market. Establish, oh, you, go on. Okay. Agriculture for jobs. We want to make agriculture attractive through modernization to ensure food security and job creation. We reduce inflation to lower the high cost of living through our agriculture for economic transformation program. We'll roll out a Feed Ghana program, which is food production, guarantee food security, and supply raw materials to industry. And this is my favorite project, to establish farmer service centers in agricultural production areas. And in each farmer service center, there will be tests, there will be harvesters, there will be plows, there will be harrows, there will be planters, everything you need to modernize farming. And our farmers are going to be registered catchment area of the farmer service center. And at the beginning of the year, you go to your farmer the planting season, you go to your farmer service center, they'll provide you with the services, give you fertilizer, give you the improved seeds, plow for you, plant for you. And when you harvest and you sell crops, you come and pay the cost of the inputs that they gave you. We'll create farm banks with agricultural zones to ease access to irrigation facilities for agricultural purposes and encourage young people to go into farming. We need more of our land into irrigation because you know what happened this year. The drought in the north and parts of Bono region, for almost 8 weeks the rain didn't fall, and so people have lost their crops. We will go more for irrigation, even if small scale, boreholes. We have the Volta River, all along the banks of the Volta River, we can develop irrigation facilities. Promoting good governance and combating corruption. Remarkably reduce the size of government, 60 ministers. No more than 60 ministers. And so there will be other things for other people to do. We all can be ministers. I know when I say 60 ministers, you know, there are people aiming to become ministers, but we're all ministers, so we will choose 60 ministers, but others would have other assignments that they can do. Address the benefit disparities between Article 70. I've said this already. We have two public servants, Article 71, and then the others who are under the fair wages. And so we want to bridge the disparity between them so that all of us come under an independent emoluments committee, and our salaries and emoluments are determined from the smallest watchman to the president. We will determine our salaries and wages. A ruthless against corruption. Operation Recover All the Loot, oral. Is to prohibit political appointees and the politically exposed persons, not only political appointees and politically exposed persons, and all serving public officials from purchasing state assets. So it's not only me who cannot buy a state asset, my wife Odina cannot buy a state asset, my son Sharaf or Shahid cannot buy a state asset because they are politically exposed persons. Reopen investigations into major unresolved, including the Ayawasu West Wagombai election violence, the 2020 election killings, the unresolved murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wuloni. There are all these cases that occurred, and this administration, they refused to investigate them. Even when investigate, they refused to implement the reports. They've not paid any compensation to the people who are affected. We're going to look at all that and we'll deal with it. Dedicate equitable attention to all levels of education. Improve PSHS. Improve the quality of food for our children. Cancel the double track so that all our children go to school at the same time. We're going to provide dedicated and sustainable source of funding for free SHS. The problem with the free SHS is it has no dedicated, and so it's subject to the hazards of the budget. And often the consolidated fund does not release funds, And so children go hungry because they have not arrived. Decentralize the procurement of food for SHSs to boost local economies. The feeding grant will go to schools, to the headmasters and the bearers, and they will go to the local market and buy the beans, the rice, the cassava dough, the agbelima, the meat from the local market, so that the town in which the school is located can also benefit from that. It will also allow the headmasters to provide nutritious foods than the current system. I said this already, implement a no fees policy for level 100 students, no fee stress policy. We'll use 5G and low Earth orbit systems to improve the quality of education across the country by extending course tutorials to students everywhere. We have good masters in different schools. And so for us, perhaps the best master is in Wesley Girls. The best French teacher is in secondary school. The best geography teacher is in STS. Ghana Education Service will select these teachers and teach. They will be filmed teaching the course line. They will teach online. And we'll upload this course content on YouTube. And so you can go on YouTube and download what you want. If it's mathematics, if it's geography, you download it. But at the same time, it will be available. And because we're going to put Starlink satellite on every secondary school, the teachers can use Starlink to show the children the demonstration by these teachers. And so you can be in Bunkurugu Secondary School. The Maths master in Wesley Girls will be teaching you because you'll be able to download his course material. That's the Basintali boy. We'll provide free tertiary, and I've said that already. We'll provide continuing students with financial assistance. We're going to reintroduce what we had started, which is the Student Loan Fund Plus. It's a Student Loan Plus. And so it's an enhanced student. You get more money from the Student Loan Plus, and you only start paying when you get employment, when you leave school. Implement a bed for all. We have a bed for all program. Our tertiary institutions have huge lands that are not utilized. Normally, when we want to build a university, we take a huge piece, and after many years, part of the land is still lying fallow, and people are encroaching on the land. And so we're going to sit with the utilities and carve out a part of their land. And we're going to get the private sector. We'll do these hostels. If you're interested in investing your money in the hostel, you will build the hostel, we'll regulate the charges, and you pay for the cost of it over a period of time, and you can make your profit. So that more of our children can have accommodation on campus. That is the Bed for All program. The hostels will be built by the private sector. They will build it, they will charge the fees, but we'll sit with them and regulate fees so that they are not too exorbitant. And what else? Legislation to streamline and regulate the award of government scholarships. Government scholarships have been fraught with a lot of, let me say, we want to streamline it. And as I've said, persons with of interest would not be allowed to apply for scholarships. I would apply for a scholarship for my children. None of my ministers will do it. Any political party must not apply for scholarships. You must pay for yourself. Leave the scholarships for the children of the underprivileged. Who cannot afford it are the ones who must get the scholarships. And we're going to do that. We'll abolish child licensure exams. We'll abolish teacher licensure exams and integrate it into the licensing process in their final year exam. We'll institute the Teacher Dabre project. What this means is that any new school we are building must be accompanied by accommodation for teachers. We're not going to build classroom blocks anymore without teacher accommodation. every new classroom block, every school must have teacher accommodation. And we'll also accelerate providing accommodation by the existing schools that do not have them. And that will be the teacher dabre, it means teacher will sleep program. And in consultation with the stakeholders, we would push with the implementation. This has been on the drawing board for a long time. That is 20% basic salary, special allowance for teachers and health workers who accept postings to rural areas. Of our teachers and health workers don't want to go to rural areas. Everybody wants to serve in the city. We're going to map out what we define as rural areas. If you accept posting to go there, you get 20% of your basic salary as an incentive, as an allowance to teach in the rural. Expand infrastructure to ensure prompt employment nurses and teachers. And so that is also part of it. Assist teachers with their own vehicles of their choice by offering flexible duty payment arrangements and employer guarantees in partnership with teacher unions and the banking sector. We will encourage teachers to take loans to own their own cars, teachers and other public sector workers. And so your bank will pay for the car. We will deduct it from your salary and pay straight to the bank. And what we'll do is, we will not waive the duty on the vehicle. What we'll do is, we'll allow you to pay the duty in small installments until you finish paying the duty. 1,000 years to pay. It will be a percentage of your salary that will go towards paying off the cost of the car and the installment payments of the duties. This is going to be the age of the railways. We have paid lip service to building railways for a long time. And this time, we want to make a move on it. It's going to be done by build, operate, and transfer. We've been shut out of the international credit market. There's no way we can go on the capital market and to build railway lines. We're going to offer an expression of interest, transparent, to companies that are willing to invest in our railways, to bring the money, they'll build the railway lines, and all the revenue will go towards paying the railway lines. And so if it takes 25 years to repay, they will pull it for 25 years. After 25 years, when they have recouped their money, then we'll sit with them, and then they will transfer the assets to the government of Ghana. And so the western and eastern lines will be connected to the local countries. And so there will be a line that joins from the eastern lines and goes up north to Burkina Faso, so that we can send containers up to their country, and we can bring down their cotton, their imports down to the ports for exports. Construct urban intracity railways and bus rapid transits. The time for us to take some of our people off the roads. Many countries are moving in that direction, and so there are light railways that supplement the urban transport system. And so we'll do a feasibility study and see how we can get BOTs to start light transit rail. Promoting responsible mining, ban issuance of mining leases and activities in forest reserves. We're going to close the reserves and get all those Akunta mining and all of them who have desecrated forest reserves. We're going to march them out of the forest reserves. Some of those trees in the forest reserves are 700, 800 years old. And just because you want to take a little gold from there, you go and destroy forest reserve. That is why we're having drought in our country today. That is part of the reason why our cocoa industry is going down, because we're not getting enough rainfall in our country. So those there, get ready, start packing your things. After 7, if you are not out of the forest reserve, we're going to come and march you out of the forest reserve. We'll establish mining cooperatives in all mining districts. We'll set up a gold board that will be responsible for buying gold from the small mining sector. The way we have the cocoa board, buying cocoa from the farmers, gold board that will buy all the gold from the small-scale miners. It will send our own refinery to be refined, and will export refined gold and get a value addition instead of sending the raw bullion out the way we are carrying. decentralized regulatory licensing and processes for artisanal mining. That is setting up offices of the Minerals Commission in all mining districts. It's a Blue Water Initiative to heal and harness the environment. We're going to clean poisoned waters that have been poisoned by mining so that we can discharge those back into our rivers. We're also going to hire people in tree growing. And so in the areas where mining has finished, we will level the ground, close all the holes, and we'll have young boys from the community. We'll pay them a stipend every month. We'll give them a bobo yas. We'll put polytanks in there so that plant trees on the mined out land so that we can reclaim the implement a tree for reforestation policy. This is what I just talked about. And so to plant commercial trees like cocoa, palm, and rubber, the lands that have been reclaimed. Implement a Blue Water Initiative, I talked about it. So these are just tidbits of what you are going to see in the manifesto. My running mate and Vice President of the Republic of Ghana to be Jenana Opoku-Agyeman, and other experts will go into more detail in some of the areas that I've touched. But this is just a tidbit of what we are to see. I'll come back after with the 120-day agenda. That is when I'm elected on 7 January 2025. Within 120 days, I have a social contract with the people of Ghana. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do in my first 120 days. Thank you very much.
The victory of Muhammad. The victory of Muhammad.
Kessben 92.9 FM.
I said this election a one of the best Ghana ya witnesses since 1992. A history Kessia not even 1992 as a brand free military rule by civilian rule. Not even at the year 2000. Now for the first time now you changing government. This election a exceptional. President Mahama and as ex-president Mahama and what some of the highlights and what NDC manifesto mo edi atujano na quickly man bobo biso kakrebi na memra begafono so wasi free primary health treatment for all in district clinics. Just a free primary health care. I say the year 2020 neka NDC manifesto hon ambassador dia ba free primary health care e de bema did say honorable Akoko becheche yemu free tertiary education for the physically challenged and provision of free sanitary pads for all girls in school. And also so Adiana Abine promised the 2020 manifesto in the 2020 NDC manifesto. Now on my penny Mahama Sachre we say SAS free sanitary pads no for girls schools no ambassador ya baby say now Professor Nano Opoku-Agyeman Jane Nano Opoku-Agyeman no di ka shase dada abra no ye Education Minister Kofi Antoine free abemu. We will restore licenses of our wrongfully collapsed banks. Just say banks no a collapse you know a buying no amoye ya plan buy no so on restore be licenses at the amount. We will abolish e-levy bet winning tax and no me was some call hopa. I will ask honorable Namwal and Sana Wako. A vote for the MPP is a vote for a third a term for Akufo-Addo, John Mahama. Okay, on and on and on and on and on. Okay, President Mahama said Jabu Akufo-Addo because Akufo-Addo led MPP government inherited a stable city and also the Becca Wasem. On and on and on and on. Nadia Bakubi me de was say Women Fertility Center Yebeye Ediama. Ma 7 prebiasa ana follicular tube ni enkoye ovaries nkoye womb ni nkoye bibinti ma wontimi enwo ene ye beye wo a special fertility center sa e mother kohorma for that treatment as specialist better honmo sa treatment ko an ye de ba ma mo baby asa me prebiasa bibinti no wa won ntimi ma no watimi akwa je waya yesa e honum. Free primary healthcare and the medical some dada and a fund for dangerous diseases, diabetes, kidney yarea cancer money there say yarea I know what day panwa no I don't see the treatment net din a bibo be a 7 pano a boka pan san what me asasa area no was ya buy the fund that you never support us uncle for no modern dialysis centers in every region chese dialysis centers you be every region modern one just also chese and they saw upper east and west and the 5 northern regions no and some part of Bruno and then part of Nania halfwa say unya problem fa or sa ho na person bad dialysis a che bia ba comfort no kumase the middle belt to chese ombesibu regions bia said be ya wonu abusiafo NDC and free through hono emma the middle belt or Mbambeje Ayarisa. Modern hospitals in Boko and Yendi. Also basic modern hospitals Diama Bokuni Yendi. Incentives to companies and industries joining the 24-hour economy. And I can't want some chess so bia we a company and industry be a person who join 24-hour economy. No much say you better do money on the Ghana Exim Bank and a better money. I feel no sad than China. You better incentive tax incentives and also any tax exemption and also our free technical educational training for young people. Just say akrebu ho wie school or person nyansa no and no you better send duma akọ vocational schools ni na you better free and no onyadu obi abetuaka money pension scheme. President Mahama so be the beba you come money your pension scheme and also say so be a duma bia no you tell net and I see a tell pension, you know. Bambesa aside that now buy better to sika kitty 5 CDs a week, 1 CDs a day, and all this. Yabake carbon said ya say Juma and no bet me and no yame de pa say or real man quampa for better have a can sem editor. Naman no Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, where you have 1978 honorable Kuku. Or call it 20,000 guarantees in the choir. You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. So I need this. We need this. Whether you like it or not. Teacher Dabre program. And also ex-president Mahama Wakawasem. What I say, I buy best schools. The schools no. See classroom. The classrooms. The keke. I fed ye. School be a buy piano. We make sure see a best teachers bungalow. At the attack the beya. And no teacher for no. Odo mo kohon mo benya beda na sa manifesto is honestly speaking a plain language direct. Honestly speaking, that is that a friend resetting the economy for prosperity. All right, my beja for eda so ewa hasei ya bobo so ni nana ya bobo Tanzania sakot ayi Winneba ni asakwa Professor Nano Pokwa Jimana Beka said the next na President Mahama Kabifa abolition of the e-levy. You are not saying 10% bet winning. Can't we? Okay, 10% bet winning. No, and also slow. Wakam say we need bet here 10%. And on best couple the now. Honorable Namole, let me start from you. Now this bet year 10% here scrapping. Man, kasa me research. HMZ bet na you channel. About 70% of them are youth. And your Gaming Commission Act no ne NLA Act no some of them from say encourage 18 years this are the bigger. Can't we do something to discourage this youth by rather raising up the tax? Say na be ya bet discourage you from say omo going into betting than say be cash ya scrap that will ginger them or encourage them to go into betting.
Say well, the way you are going about it, you know. But in Cranford, a baby say, Billy Babu, a doctor. Akala Obu no.
Arabaka.
O de look Dr. Crapwa. Obu. In the first place, no, we are not taking the bet as an incentive for the youth to go into betting. Yeah. And now, our year betting, you know, is something like they have taken it as their industry. Yeah. Uko, me say, La Bali Beach Hotel, La Palm Beach Hotel, Lancaster Hotel, your casinos, Honma and Crawford, Ecormo. And I bet, you know, so if you are not 18 years, sir, you have no right to involve yourself in the betting. Yeah. It is the responsibility of the law enforcement agencies, you know. Normally, say, Akola only 18 years, you know. My uncle, take part, and now uncle betting, you know. And taking out the tax from the betting, you know. When you are allowed to buy, I think 1962 or 1965. Na me Akola. Now you taxi. Lotto. One I'm saying, but Lotto na at that time at its highest in the 60s, you know. Yeah. Now my Lotto pa but ya Lotto ma on Lotto. Yeah. Obi bet me anyi Lotto we say Lotto dey nyo. Me apa say oja Lotto cha the reason is say ala telebi ka ken say na say wo adwuma oh yeah Lotto no ye twa sene be ya benya capital na share adwuma si once when you capital no then you go back and start doing your business and make your money uni capital na utwa bet. So the education must also accompany the uni capital and utwa bet. Okay. But unfa bet in your adwuma say time bia utwa bet. But all utwa bet they are above 18 years. Yes. Olimdi. All right. Yeah. Honorable now Obentina number me person this IUM but quickly honorable Forsen Abba. Na yenkweti the minority leader. Yenkweti the tewni mresia. Yeah.
And effective utilization of public funds. 2. We will shift from the over-concentration of the macro economy to the micro economy, where investment in the real sector will anchor sustainable macroeconomic environment and economic growth. We will implement an enduring economic policy to build sustainable economic buffers to stabilize and cushion the Ghana cedi. We will undertake a number of reforms. First is the value-added tax reform, VAT reforms. Currently, Ghana's effective VAT rate is about 22%. In fact, the highest in Africa. This is because Get Fund levy of 2.5%, National Health Insurance levy of 2.5%, and COVID levy of 1% are all added statutory VAT rate of 15% for the final determination of a value-added tax. Businesses are not allowed to deduct their input VAT for NHIL, Get Fund, and COVID. Aside the high effective VAT rate, Ghanaians are compelled to pay 3% and 6% of flat rate for VAT purposes. This effectively defeats the principles of the input-output of the value-added tax regime. In fact, some businesses are now unable to cope with high tax regime, and as a result, they are relocating from Ghana to places like Togo, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria. It's also a fact that this is part of the reasons why our citizens, particularly professionals, are migrating out of the country in droves in search for greener pastures. The NPP government has distorted Ghana's value-added tax policy by implementing both sales tax and value-added tax at the same time. This is indeed the height of incompetence on the part of MPP in tax policy formulation and administration. Our pledge: the next NDC government will undertake a comprehensive review of Ghana's regime. This is indeed intended to provide a relief for households and businesses. We would therefore adhere to the underlying input-output principles of the other tax regime. The next NDC government will do the following: 1. Abolish the COVID levy. 2. Will reverse coupling of the Get Fund, NHIL, and COVID levy from the value-added system. Will reduce the effective VAT rate from the 22% to a bearable limit. Will reverse the VAT rate and will upwardly adjust the VAT registration threshold to exempt micro and small businesses from the question of value-added tax. We will improve VAT compliance through public education and awareness. Aside the VAT reforms, we will also undertake a public debt management reforms. In fact, to restore confidence in Ghana's economy and the capital market, and to prevent a repeat of President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Bawumia's reckless and excessive borrowing that resulted in crude and painful haircuts, the next NDC government will establish an independent public debt management office to ensure effective public debt management. We'll also review and enforce Fiscal Responsibility Act, Act 982, and implement a fiscal consolidation plan to ensure fiscal discipline. We will also implement a deliberate policy to build sustainable economic growth to cushion and stabilize the Ghana cedi. Also undertake a public expenditure management reforms. And indeed, we will tackle the wastage of public funds and ensure prudent expenditure management. And we will also do the following: we will establish an independent value for money office to scrutinize government procurement above a threshold to be determined by Parliament. We'll reset the entire fiscal framework and implement a robust fiscal policy regime for effective utilization of public funds. Colleagues, historically, the Ghanaian economy has been the second largest in West Africa, aside Nigeria. But Ghana has lost its enviable position to Côte d'Ivoire, lack of investment and dedicated policy towards economic transformation and growth. As at end 2016, the size of Ghana's economy was 55 billion Ghana cedis, representing the second in West Africa. While of Côte d'Ivoire was 48 billion Ghana cedis, the third largest in West Africa. However, in 2022, Ghana lost its viable position of the second largest economy in West Africa to Côte d'Ivoire. As at the time, in the year 2022, Ghana's GDP was $73 billion, whilst that of Ivory Coast was $75 billion. So since independence, for the first time, Ivory Coast overtook us in terms of the size of GDP as at the year 2022. This situation is projected to worsen by end of this year. Whilst the Ivory Coast GDP is projected to be $89 billion, Ghana's projected GDP by end of this year is estimated to be $75 billion. Honorable members and colleagues, in order to reverse this downward trend, the next NDC government will introduce and implement a $10 billion big push. This big push is aimed at having the needed focus and investment for economic growth transformation. The big push will be a major economic policy of the next NDC government with 4 key economic growth poles. First is the Western Corridor Economic Enclave project, and then second is the Western Corridor Golden Growth Agenda. The third is the Transformational Road Transport Plan,
and the fourth is the cocoa and palm economic crop rejuvenation program. The NPP has been a monumental failure. They have destroyed our livelihood. They have indeed driven our economy aground. They have collapsed Ghana's cocoa sector. They have wasted and dissipated Ghana's public fund. They have destroyed our good governance. They have reversed the progress of our country. They have delivered crude and painful haircuts across the board. They have corrupted the moral fiber of our dear country. And of course, they have implemented the Ejapadiye state plan. Let me say, fellow countrymen and women, that the time has come for us to come together to restore our country and reset our country. Many of them Ghana for Abani oda ho chere sonko oda brehen. Abani wedi henewu yeda yenda. Edwuma nyi ho mbranti nyanye nketesia so wonye edwuma nye. Yare kasa sisiare se kumpa anyim dare baba ye. Wa ma ho chere kese aba toto sramonye de. Abani otudan kasa ontumi nyem onye yi. Bia wodi Ghana question sambaka mo ho ambaka President Mahama no ho ambaka ya akyereba yen sister yen maame Professor na Jane Opoku Agema no ho ne yamboa yen papa oye President John Mahama menuanom ahokyere no obegi nsem efi Ghana ha da yetoto sra mo de momboa hen fifi manto mofo mo amunyim de NDC party de ye ka party odwene yen ho a onenyi NDC party imbri biara ba wo boa hen yetoto sra mo nyina Mumbaka no na yenye na Ghana onye ye Sunday baby a Ghana record wa ya dodo baby o mani kwei se yanka mbom na se yamje o mani MPP wonsema ekrowi obesei medam ase bebre nyame hira mu ina.
We move straight to
all right, that was Honorable Atofo Sinamote and Sam Atujano. Now, sometimes I normal say I like it. Say, Okunubia, I saw the coachy. Na and I say Fantino Kaino. Ye debia me kase manifesto no ye kan manifesto o kan manifesto omo a omo de manifesto by manifesto ye can play language and direct. You don't need to do technicalities behind. Let me go to Honorable Alexander Eko Honorable okay. Let's go to Agrek. Yes, yeah, Agrek. Yeah, let's.
And the entire value chain leading to food insecurity and the high food inflation the nation is grappling with. Also confronting the sector is the problem of climate change and environmental degradation aggravated by the increased rate of illegal mining. It's estimated that Ghana spends $2 billion, CD equivalent of almost 32 billion, to food annually to supplement local production. This places on pressure on the CD. Hence, the exchange rate, which was $1 to 4 cedis in 2016, is now $1 to almost 16 cedis in Ghana. We import tomatoes, pepper, onions, palm oil, among several other items. Trade data from Ghana Vegetable Producers and Exporters Association indicate that annual tomato import from neighboring Burkina Faso has hit a staggering $400 million from an estimated $99.5 million in 2018. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, our national demand for pepper was 314,000 metric tons, out of which 121 metric tons, constituting 38%, was produced locally and 61% imported. Ghana spent a whopping $354.9 million on the importation of pepper into Ghana. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, food inflation, which was 22.6% in May 2024, is a major contributor to inflation in Ghana. The World Bank has ranked Ghana 6th in Africa with the highest food inflation. Ghana, which recorded its lowest food inflation of 5% in July 2012 under John Dramani Mahama, has recorded its highest 61% in January 2023 under Nanado Bawumia government. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization, in terms of the prevalence of moderate or severe food in Ghana, 12.9 million people, or 39.4% of the total population, were affected in 2022. According to the bank, the rising food inflation has pushed 850,000 people into poverty, joining the 6 million already in that degree. Ghana has paid $12 million for the Poo multipurpose dam, for which no work has been done. Ghana's unemployment rate hit 4.7% in 2023. Ghana has expended of $3 billion on a program called Planting for Food and Jobs, intended to ensure food availability and affordability. Yet, food inflation is ballooning. The next NDC government is committed to addressing these challenges through an Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, ITA, which will focus on modernizing agriculture and putting agribusiness to reduce food inflation, ensure food security, boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the strategies crafted for the realization of the ITA is the Feed Ghana program, which will drive our nation towards food sufficiency. The program is imperative considering the imbalances between food production and consumption in Ghana. And this program, the NDC government will feed the young people as well as Ghanaian industries. We will force symbiotic relationship between agriculture and industry to unlock the full potentials of our state and liberate the entire citizenry from abject poverty. Interventions for the realization of the objectives include, under food crops, the implementation of a transformational grains development project to increase the local production of maize, rice, soybeans, and sorghum. Production of roots and tubers through investment in research and the adoption of locally manufactured and approved technology. Restructure strengthening the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, GIDA. Implementing a vegetable development project called Yeridua to enhance production of tomatoes, onions, pepper, and other vegetables. Under poultry, we are going to revamp the collapsing poultry industry by providing for farmers and promoting local consumption under the Made in Ghana agenda. Rolling out a poultry farm to take project in collaboration with Poultry Farmers Association to boost poultry production. Implementing a broiler production cooperatives project involving at least 160,000 rural women each, producing 100 bags every 6 months. Roll out a livestock development project to boost meat and dairy production, especially of cattle and small ruminants. The NDC will increase productivity and development of fisheries, aquaculture, and the blue economy as establish a blue economy commission to conserve marine and freshwater resources of the country and use them in a sustainable way to enhance economic development. Enhance aqua through improved fish genetics, commercial fingerling production, strengthen quality assurance and disease control, and support research and development in fishery aquaculture through institutional resources. Restore efficient premise fuel distribution through landing beach committees, provide technology to fishers, and enhance sea security to optimize fishing operations. And Ghana cocoa, baby, I could do Sesiano, cocoa, Jumana say, I will maim. Cocoa, Mama pencil, 2016. Yati cocoa, enya 969,000 tons. And then I was say, cocoa Ghana Tino, I fit 2024 in 450,000 tons. Cocoa, Mama Toye, 2013, cocoa board Nyamfaso, 2014, cocoa board Nyamfaso, 2015, cocoa board Nyamfaso, Ebra, Nana Kufado, Anibaumia, Ebedia Kunyan, 2017, cocoa board Boka, 2018, cocoa board, 2019, cocoa board Boka, 2020, cocoa Boka, 2021, cocoa board Boka, 2022, cocoa board Boka. I was going to say 2023. Omo di aba bontin say omo nyawo ye catch from say nyano press cocoa board nyamfaso. Omo si di enti omo nyamfaso ne say omo tu omo kan bi ahyeda da akye afi enti uti free mu dia omo nyamfa. Na je say the cocoa board akodro no. Abusuafo say for the first time in our history cocoa board agenya our banks e wo Ghana ha Abusiano be 13 billion. Abusiano, cocoa board say on to Mintia into a tiasha that say, Dachi, Sankogan and Oba, Omaba Betria, Etria, a home, and see home. Says here, Yanuka say, Coco Sika buying Ninano, Ninano, Omu Yusuno office, and Omdeka Krabi, Echo Equiafon. 2021, almost a Ghana Coco 1,004,000. Sabreno, Sika Omu Yusuno office expenditure, now 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. 2022, Cocoa Yati Yanosote, Yanya 1 million bill, Yanya 680,000. Now Sika Yadino office, no, a Pejafri 1.7 billion, a grew 2.6 billion Ghana cedis. 2023, the Omaimu Yara was some cry. Cocoa Yaton Ghana Yina 655,000. Now office expenditure and acquire 3.4 billion Ghana cedis. Eti Cocoa scanning in Ano, Oma Yusuno office, Alquiafono, and Yahumfabia. If you're Sunni, MPP are buying a bonus, Emma. Now, so my phone, I have Cocoa no Sabocano, Omudia bonus, at the ma, Womo. Says Yaka say, Yami Adma, now what you are anymore. I was say a buying or the Coboa, Eba. A boa for Fra or de Magana, a Piafo. Ghana, in fear at Biasam Yunini, the Ayan say a Quaman Sanjum, Jibosia, and see who form near the Abeto Coco, near the Coco, no, Akoda. NDC town 2016 Yakoyano, Yaji $1.8 billion. Now, and see when see who no, 1.5%. Yet me a Nina Kama, Etriaka, or how be Anya Day, Ama. Fear Chairman 2023. Ghana Copabosiana near 1.5 billion. Yakoya Mrafon say, has any ACA Coco sector, and I ain't mean Tia into 1.5 billion. Yenya $800 million. $800 million less than you never talk Coco now. Yenya Coco Nina and talk, Sikon Sunina sa. And to do Brazil Cotriano, Yantimian Trianina. And just say Diacosibronica Coco no tongue Baku 350,000. Tongue beyond so your bag Dusia. And to Coco away and Imnesia, Sayatia, I was here 350,000. Epiaka and son at the Abacano. Yakuya fono etumi enyabi say nei bosia yakopa beto Coco no Coco board koya ye wo ma twatro say o ma na so o mo nkoji bio no mu pe bi wo Ghana ha bosia na yegina broche no ɛho nsi ho no yɛ anesu a Ghana ha bosia wanya no fofofo no 30% interest and so bɛɛ dɛn no waka sɛ ɛhɔ de mmoa gye sɛ ɔbɛgye ha deɛ no a ɛno na ɛbɛboa wɔ na deɛ ɛtɔ so sɛ cocoa board na march ɔmo twerɛ nkrataa akɔma ɔmo abosia no nyinaa sɛ obiara mmra na momɛboa yɛn na yɛma yɛ bosia ɔmo de nkrataa no nyinaa kɔe ama wɔn hwɛ mu no wɔn so daabi gye na no mo antumi antua yɛde ma mo bie wa nya de am betumi atua enti yɛn fa sika ma ho nti so mo bie cocoa next week a sika yɛde beto cocoa wɔ ɛma mu no ɛbɛyɛ den ɛna me no mo kasa yi sɛ okuta cocoa bag na wa also kɔtɔn na brocha wa brocha dwom a wo sisa ba Ghana sika no mu a cocoa bag biara no ɛyɛ 1,720 cedis 97 million cocoa bag baako enti yɛhwɛ aban no sɛ 97 million no anya bibia koraa no akuafo na dua cocoa no deɛ 6,000 deɛ ɛwɔ sɛ wode ma akuafo no sɛ aban amfa saa am akuafo no a ɛyɛ 60 million na ɛneɛ na ɛdɔm kuma yɛ akuafo ɛbɛte aban no so tua ɛdeɛ na NDC aban sɛ yɛbɛyɛ kuadwuma deɛ ɛbɛyɛ nie deɛ di kan ɔma kɔgye bosia atwa cocoa no nyinaa gu so mbɛdua $600 million sika na sa cocoa so ɔma antumi anua ɔma ka kyerɛ kuafo sɛ ɔma anua ɔmo mfuo yɛwura mama ne NDC sɛ so nyame de ne ba bɛdi akonnwa yi a yɛbɛyɛ nhyehyɛ na ɛkɔ yɛtwa mu mfuo a yɛanua no nyinaa aban aboa mo ama yɛdua saa cocoa no nyinaa ama cocoa no asan aba bio afei yɛyɛ cocoa colleges origins edua cocoa ni nyinaa na ya kyerɛkyerɛ cocoa akuafoɔ sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ wɔn bɛhunu kɔ adwuma no so yie na yɛtrɛn wɔn moma no nso bi sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a sɛ yɛfɛ adwumayɛfoɔ moma yɛ cocoa no ho adwuma a cocoa akuafoɔ ma nso ɛbɛtumi ayɛ adwuma no bie pɛ deɛ ɔtɔ so no sɛ NDC aban bɛdi akonnwa yi a na yɛwɔ akonnwa no yɛkɔtɔn cocoa no a ne boɔ no yɛde mu wɔ ha no aduɔso 70% ɛna ma akuafoɔ sɛsi a cocoa boɔ si ai aban no kyɛmu nan aban fa mmiɛnsa ɛna ɔde baako ɛma akuafoɔ yɛwura mama so bɛdi akonnwa yi a sɛ wɔhwɛ akuafoɔ a cocoa adwuma no so bɛyɛ dɛ ɛbɛyɛ yie enti sika bɛba cocoa no ho no ɔde dodoɔ no nyinaa bɛma akuafoɔ no na ɔmo de adua cocoa no dodo na ma Ghana nso so nya mfasoɔ afei cocoa kuani biara wɔ Ghana sɛ yɛwura mama bɛdi akonnwa yi a cocoa ni biara wobɛkɔ hospital free a health insurance wonya bio ebi sɛ cocoa board ɛbɛyɛ health insurance ɛde ama cocoa kuani biara eti yɛma card na woyɛ cocoa ya register wa wi a wanya card no ɛno ara ne sɛ wode kɔ ho ewu a cocoa board bɛsan renew ama wa kuani biara bɛkɔ hospital wontua bio afei kuafoɔ bonus na ayera no NDC aban bɛsan de bonus na yɛ dɛ aba bio afei nuro ɛyɛ fertilizer yɛwura John Mahama ɔtɔgu hɔ sɛ yɛmfa nyɛ cocoa no ɔtwerɛtwerɛ ho not for sale ɛberɛ a yɛfira akonnwa so ne yɛnkyɛ fertilizer ni na dodoɔ no agu office yɛnnuanom MPP foɔ baeɛ no tɔɔ mo tɔn fertilizer no 80 Ghana akuafoɔ no antumi antɔ nti ɔma ne gu off hɔ prɔe Auditor General de report abrɛ wɔ parliament sɛ fertilizer ɛprɔ yɛn nko ara no na ne boɔ ɛyɛ 209 million Ghana cedis ɛyɛ titi sika no almost 240 billion ɔmo ma ne gu office ɛsɛ yi kwa yɛwura mama sɛ ɔde fertilizer ne ba bio sɛ bɛyɛ cocoa no bɛsoɔ ɔbɛma akuafoɔ free fertilizer yɛbɛma wɔ nnuro akuafoɔ tumi ayɛ mfuo no ama cocoa no ayɛ dɛn ayɛ kama cocoa kuani biara wɔ Ghana ha yɛwura mama se yɛma wɔ sɛ kuadwuma no bɛyɛ yie a ɛgyina mo so akadeɛ bia cocoa adwuma no ɛbɛma cocoa adwuma no ayɛ yie no sɛ nyame yɛ adom a ɔde ne nyinaa bɛma na wata mɔkyi na afei yɛbiabie cocoa processing factories na yɛ cocoa naa no yɛtumi de bia yɛ chocolate ne nneɛma bebree wɔ ha na yɛafa mo mma ɛne mo nana nso adwuma meda mo ase nyame nhyira mo.
Thank you very much, MP for Isunafusa and Ranking Member for the Parliamentary Committee on Food and Agriculture. That was willing. Thank you very much. Cocoa Board Abraham Kasa. Anyway, moving on, let's introduce some of our chiefs who have joined us. Osama Kwekuata II is Omahini of the Ogwa traditional area. A round of applause for Saberima. Dasibre Kwebu Ewusi the 7th, former vice chair of the House of Chiefs and the chief of Abiaze. Thank you very much for your time, Nana. Oketeku Kome the 8th, chief of Enda, hometown of our running mate. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us such a beautiful woman with a beautiful soul. Nam Mate Wayo the 2nd, chief of Achim Asenho. Thank you very much for your time. Nana Kusi Buedum, representing Amen Otu the 11th, the paramount chief of Abra State. Thank you very much, Nana. And representative of the chief of Winneba, led by Neyi Gati, Jankuma the 3rd, Adontinhene of the Wid traditional area. Thank you very much, and thank you for accepting us into your constituency. Next is the Honorable, I call him Son of Man, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, MP. Is MP for the North constituency, and he will be speaking on good governance. I think that he's the best person to speak on governance. Every morning I'm looking at his wall on Facebook to read what is the scandal of the day. Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Obi. Zazu. Zuzazu. Our incoming president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, our incoming first lady, our incoming first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana, my own mother, Professor Nana Jenopokwan. I acknowledge our national executives and the well-established protocol, and of course, our distinguished Right Honorable Speaker. So I am speaking to you on the good governance and combating corruption aspect of our manifesto. And we all recognize that the only way we can fight corruption, combat corruption, and defeat corruption by having leadership which is trusted, which is incorrupt, which has the track record of being honest with the Ghanaian people. Character is key. Without character, the corruption fight cannot be won. Without integrity, the corruption cannot be won. And we all know that Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we have a leader who has that character, who has that track record to fight corruption and to defeat corruption. So as I stand for you today, the joy I have is that even though we have been depressed by intercepting on a daily basis the evidence of their corruption, the evidence of their looting, the evidence of their state capture, I am glad that with President Mahama, the final interception, the interception of our victory will happen on the 7th of December 2024. Comrades, brothers and sisters, you hear on a daily basis some people saying the two parties appear the same. MPP, NDC are the same. In this fight against corruption, we refuse, we reject that baseless and unfounded claim that the two parties are the same. We are not the same. The NDC is different. We are not the same. President Mahama has been in office before. Did ever hear President Mahama say that he woke up with a mayor and so has decided to make a personal pledge, and so he's going to sink $58.1 million in the world's most expensive pit. That has never happened under any ND leader. Where God is deceived, the clergy are deceived, and the Ghanaian people are deceived. It has never happened and will never happen under President Mahama. With a 339 million cedi National Cathedral. In process, so many important edifices were demolished. As we speak, the Judicial Training Institute has been demolished. Judges' bungalows have been demolished. Scholarship Secretariat demolished. Passport Head Office demolished. NCCE bungalows demolished. Comsys IT firm demolished. Waterstone Realty Apartment Complex. The Malian Ambassador's residence demolished. We have one leader who is a nation builder. He's building UGMC, building the Ridge Hospital, building the Shao Sudoku Hospital, building Terminal 3, building Kumasi Airport, building Tamale Airport, building Ho Airport. And another leader is demolishing, destroying in a deceptive pledge where he says he will not use our taxes. How can you say that these two people are the same, that these two parties are the same? President Mahama did not promise that under his tenure, he will make sure that the era of sole sourcing comes to an end. And then we discover in a 23 Auditor General's report that apparently 87%, unprecedented, unseen, 87% of Cocoa Road projects were all single source. And guess Baumia's brothers at the center of that infected single sourcing scandal. That is according to the Auditor General's report. We never saw this under President Mahama. Under President Mahama, we never saw a situation where he allows a cabinet minister to purchase state assets. And only this week, President Akufo-Addo has been saying that the brouhaha, the agitation by organized labor, all of it was needless. Can you believe that? Such naked conflict of interest. We never saw that at President Mahama. So, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the country is headed in the wrong direction. When you read the Afrobarometer Democracy Risk Report, it says 9 out of 10 Ghanaians believe that Ghana is heading in the wrong direction. That same Afrobarometer says that corruption is at an all-time high. Indeed, if you read the Corruption Perception Index over the last 4 years, we have stagnated. Their best performance is President Mahama's worst performance. So when it comes to good governance, President Mahama is unmatched and unrivaled. I can confirm to you this afternoon that President Mahama's manifesto, the Resetting Ghana Manifesto, has the most far-reaching policies to uproot corruption, to ruthlessly deal with corruption and end corruption once and for all. Whereas the others are silent on corruption in their manifesto, President Mahama confronts corruption head-on. One of the things I love about his anti-corruption policies is that he says that we are going to have, for the first time in our history, an assets registry. We will all, as Ghanaians, know where our states are. In Parliament, for more than 2.5 years, we have been asking them to tell us the state of our public lands. They cannot tell us. They cannot publish the list. On a daily basis, they are selling the state lands. They can't tell us how many bungalows we have. They can't tell us the acreage of our forest left. And yet they die, you see in their wills, forests, Ramsar sites, where they have will to their nephews forever. President Mahama is saying that that impunity is going to end and we are going to have a state assets register. I am also excited about the details of Operation Recover All. You heard President Mahama talk about that. He wants the Ghanaian people to know that nobody will get away with the looting that has happened in our country. All the scandals that we have seen from National Cathedral, from PDS, from the COVID-19, Ejapa, PDS, Skytrain, Fualugo Dam, the appearance fees, the ambulance spare parts, President Mahama says he's going to launch an impartial, credible inquiry and forensic audits into all of these loots. And for those of you who have been asking, brilliant proposals from President Mahama, how is he going to fund them? Operation Recover All Loot will help us to fund these projects a great deal. As we speak, a gentleman called Karis is keeping our $6 million in America. There are some shonky sheikhs keeping our $0.4 million in Dubai under a so-called Sputnik V scandal. Sputnik V manufactured in Russia. At this Akufo-Addo government, they were in Dubai looking for Sputnik. When the Russian embassy in Accra told us that they have been waiting for us, other governments are dealing with the Russian government formally. We were dealing with middle shonky sheikhs. Skytrain, $2 million. All of these farms, Ejapa, $12 million. Pualugu, $11.9 million. We are saying Operation Recover All Loot will retrieve all of these looted funds for national development. President Mahama is also saying in the manifesto that we will collaborate with the judiciary to establish a special court for persons who adverse findings have been made against them by the Auditor General and the Public Accounts Committee. The Mahama is also saying that for the first time in the history of Ghana, we will legislate, have a special legislation on scholarships. And as former Minister for Education, I know the scholarships regime in Ghana uncoordinated. You have Scholarship Secretariat, you have GMPC, you have COCOBO, you have all kinds of institutions carrying out scholarships. We are going to have one law, coordinated, and what I love most about this law is that politically exposed persons, family members of government officials, as you heard President Mahama say, are going to be prohibited. They will be totally banned from accessing scholarships. Scholarships will return to the brilliant but needy. I am also excited that President Mahama has indicated, when you go through Manifesto, that he is going to collapse the practice of having a special emoluments commission to deal with only 71 office holders. He is going to break the gap between Article 71 office holders and Ghanaian workers. So he will put together one body, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, and then the Emoluments Commission will be put together as one body to take care of wage, to take care of remuneration and the conditions of service of Ghanaians, so that the gulf between Article 71 office holders and the rest of Ghanaian, that gulf will be bridged and addressed once and for all. President Mahama is also saying that our friends in the media, he is going to repeal all anti-press freedom laws and fully implement the RTI. The RTI has too many exemptions and too many institutions who are not implementing the right to information law. He is saying that under his watch, he will ensure that we have the full operationalization of the RTI. Finally, to the diplomats who are here, you will be excited to hear that President Mahama says that he is going to respect international law, respect the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. The inviolability of diplomatic missions will be protected. This practice seen before only under the Akufo-Addo government, where embassies are being demolished, the Nigerian High Commission properties, the Bulgarian embassy. That era is coming to an end, and all diplomatic missions can carry out their diplomatic assignment in peace and stability. The deletion of embassies because of looting, land grab, state capture is coming to an end. And that is another policy to look out for, in addition to a friendly foreign policy climate that will enhance good governance and deepen partnerships and make us a country that is friendly to all persons. Novinya Miegboglomba Afififia Subo Afififia Subo Akpa Alakpa Avasubo Akpa Atinito over Gladua over Ghana Ghana kama nyonyomo ta manifesto ya ala manifesto ama na amasham ta ala vavieba December 7 mi fokaba na mi adakona His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na adonye ya owo 2013 to 2017 na watrava ava yiji Ghana mi atanchi akpo fafa na ingoyi ava na afukpa ya mi kpakpama asugwakpa na kata na jo akpa na mi ma na yirami mi however akpa. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, MP for Norton. Next is the affable Shamima Muslim, speaking on gender and social protection. She's a distinguished broadcaster and a feminist, and she's a kid on the block. And all our opponents are afraid. All they do is attack her on Facebook and all their social media networks. But so let's welcome Shamima Muslim. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As my sister has said, I am speaking on the hearts on gender, children, disability inclusion, and social protection. Permit me, Your Excellency, to stand on existing protocols as a result of time. Greetings to you, my dear Vodina and Prof. Utmost humility and deepest gratitude to the NDC and to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on behalf of the industrious, hard-working women of Ghana, those who lead, those who birth, those who guide, teach, till the land, feed, nurture this nation, those women who create, innovate, and build this nation, women who step up and just get the work done, period. I'd like, on behalf of the young girls, like Habiba, Lamisi, Saha, Ewanam, Patricia, Adjoa, across every nook and cranny of this country, of our dear nation, dreaming new dreams because of this exact moment. On behalf of our dear children, for whom we labor and pay for their protection, their safety, and their growth. On behalf of the resilient citizens who are differently abled and yet show up today, overcoming daunting barriers to tell us loudly that disability is not inability. On behalf of our aged and infirmed who have broken their backs to build this nation, toiled their sweat, nourished our dear country, guided us towards the light with their wisdom and counsel, our aged and elderly who today are being robbed their life savings and being made to live in dignified life. They are part of our reality. Together with all of them, we thank you now and in anticipation, Your Excellency, in advance for seeing us, for hearing us, and for promising to amplify our voices, our stories, our images, and for your unalloyed commitment to the Ghana we want to build together, where we all belong, and for inviting us to build this Ghana with you. But be not surprised about the agency with which the next NDC government under the leadership of His Excellency John Mahama, intends to center the issues of women, youth, and persons with disability and children. Our nation's deep crisis, occasioned by the dire economic crisis the NDC has plunged us into, one that has pushed over 850,000 Ghanaians into poverty, majority of whom are women, the aged, children, and persons with disability. Our social democratic ethos of non-discrimination, equity, and justice, creating an inclusive society where everyone can participate fully and equally in our social, economic, and political lives, will not allow the NDC to treat these unprecedented vulnerabilities without agency. The NDC and its antecedent has the history of the most transformative effects on women empowerment and social inclusion. We know how to create mass opportunity for our people. We know how to share the gains of rest equitably for the majority, not a clannish few. Yes, indeed, we know. We know how to unite and not divide our country, especially in times of crisis. Yes, indeed, we know. And we know how to build strong institutions like the Gender and Social Protection Ministry we bequeathed to the NPP. And today, that ministry is a pale shadow of its dynamic past. Therefore, in the next 4 years, we commit to significantly expand economic opportunities for our most vulnerable, increasing social and political representation of women and persons living with disability, and socially protect our elderly and our children. Specifically, ladies and gentlemen, we will strengthen the legal framework for the political inclusion of women and underrepresented groups by implementing fully the Affirmative Action Bill. We will mandate a 30% quota for women in all political appointments and pass the Property Rights of Spouses Bill the Domestic Workers Bill, amongst others. On economic empowerment and inclusion, we will launch the Women in Agricultural Initiative to promote young men's participation in the agricultural sector by extending access to land in agricultural zones, along with financial and business support to feed this nation and to create sustainable jobs. To support victims of gender-based violence, the next NDC administration will launch a zero tolerance for domestic violence and sexual harassment in Ghana campaign and will facilitate the establishment of 16 regional shelters and comprehensive support services for victims of gender-based violence. Make a clap for that. We will develop a survivors care kit for victims of gender-based violence, including free legal services, medical examination, emergency contraception for women, HIV prophylaxis, mental health care services, and other necessary medication. We'll initiate a national school-related gender-based safety program for the protection of all peoples and students. On social protection for our aged, we will introduce the EBAN, which is a fancy word for protection. We will introduce the EBAN elderly welfare system to enable Ghanaians above 60 years to have priority and free access to social and health services, as well as public transport and public spaces. If we have given most of elderly painful health haircuts, we owe it a duty to them to ease their burdens. To support our community of different votes, the NDC mandates a minimum 5% hiring of persons with disabilities in the public sector. You may clap for that, ladies and gentlemen. And we will enforce the Ghana Accessibility Standards on built environment adopted in 2016 to facilitate access to public places for persons with disability. For our reporters, my dear sisters, popularly called Kayayes, it saddens my heart to no end when we and many others encounter in our markets with smiles on your face despite the hard reality of your life. Your father, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, says he sees himself in you and he sees you in him. The only difference is between your two realities is opportunity. In that regard, His Excellency has pledged, therefore, to address the situation of our Kayayes by expanding educational opportunities through scholarships, vocational training in their interest areas, enterprise development, and as well as other social assistance programs for our Kayayes and other vulnerable groups. In conclusion, Your Excellency, distinguished invited guests, the next time you hear about gender, inclusion, social protection, don't ask who asked him. Rather, be reminded about the words of Nelson Mandela when he said that the true character of a society is revealed in how it treats its children, its elderly, its vulnerable, and of course, its women. Our manifesto is a reflection of our values, and we invite you to join us on this journey towards a more just, equitable, and compassionate society. Remember, on December 7, 2024, the elections is about hope, it's about justice, it's about equity. Vote for the NDC, vote for John Dramani Mahama, vote for the NDC parliamentary candidates. Vote because you are a true patriot. It does not matter which political party you belong to. And as I heard recently, vote because do the right thing can never be wrong. On behalf of the Gender Committee and our Chair, Nanoye, and the entire membership committee, once again, I invite you to vote. Vote for change, vote for resetting this country, vote for equity, vote for accountability. A vote for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is a vote for women. Let's support him to amplify the marginalized voices in our society. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shamima. I thought we'd do it better. Thank you very much, Shamima. Next is Baba Sadiq, parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North. He is keen on Zongo development. With a round of applause, let's welcome Baba Sadiq to the microphone. For the Okai-Kwe Central Constituency.
Good afternoon. Yan Zongo Nanga. Babu Junku Kuna Nanga. Mazajen Zongo Kuna Nanga. Matan Zongo Kuna Nanga. Matasan Zongo Kuna Nanga. All right. So I'm presenting the manifesto on Zongo development and inner city areas. When I'm done with this, delivering it in English, I'll translate it in Hausa, benefit of all Hausa speakers as well. The next NDC commits to implementing targeted affirmative action measures aimed at bringing second development gaps and accelerating growth in Zongo communities and inner areas. This is aimed at promoting social equity, stimulating economic development, and fostering social inclusion for a more balanced and prosperous manner. To achieve these goals, we will establish the Soyeya to provide working capital for SMEs in Zongo communities. We will also reduce the extremely high Hajj fares. In the lifetime of Muslim, attending or experiencing Hajj even once in their lifetime, desired objective. Currently and in the past 8 years, Hajj fares have become extremely high. It is one of the objectives of Executive Dramani Mahama and the NDC. We will also structure program to expand educational infrastructure in Zongo and inner cities, and establishing 3 new Islamic secondary schools in the northern, middle, and southern belt. Model schools in selected regions have selected Zongo communities. The next NDC government would also commence an infrastructure upgrade of the Afaru College of Education. It is worthy to note that in 2015, even though the Afaru College of Education is a private institution, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama started the best to expand access at the college. Would also facilitate accreditation of Islamic schools, such as the Institute of Islamic, to support the training of more Arabic school teachers. The next NDC government would also provide scholarships to Zongo and inner cities, particularly in the fields of law, medicine, engineering, and ICT. We will also facilitate partnerships to establish Islamic tertiary institutions, link Zongo and inner city communities to opportunities under the National Apprenticeship Program. Assalamu alaikum. Annabi Muhammad. Farko zan mika gaisuwa zuwa yan jama'an Zongo duka baki daya. Kuma za mu gode muku on behalf of jam'iyyar NDC da soyayyen da kuka gwada da NDC shekaru. In kuka duba yau, in kuka duba irin constituencies na musulmai ko Zongo ke da yawa, yau kowane constituency duka Zongo da musulmai kun ba NDC. From daga Nima har ka zo a yawa North, har ka zo ka wuce Madina, ka zo ka shiga a yawa Central, ka zo kuma Central, ka zo har ka zo ya sunan shi Asawas, ka zo Niyo Dibiyase, ka zo Ejurase Chidumase, ka zo wurin Afram Place, ka zo ka wuce ka je Tachiman, ka je Kintampo, har ka kai Baku, wanga seat, wanga wurare duka, musulmai yan Zongo, kuma muna soyayya shekaru kega. Saboda irin abu haka, za mu so sabon gwamnatin NDC, gwamnatin da ya haul mulki, sabon shekara, muna so mu kokarta muku in abu haka. Saboda irin abu haka, za mu so in ka duba His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, promises na ya muna ko alkawalin na ya muna mu yan Zongo, ya dedicate guda har 6 ta wurin ilimi, neman ilimi da developmentin yara ko matasan Zongo. Cikin manifesto promises shi, ya bari mun sani kaman zai so ya zo ya kafa Islamic secondary school guda 3, guda daga arewa, guda kuma daga sakiyan Ghana, guda kuma daga southern Ghana. Kuma ya bari mun sani kaman zai zo ya zo kafa makarantun zamani ta wurin STEM, wurin science, engineering, technology, maths da irin aikin hannu wurin TVET don matasanmu yan unguwa su ci amfanin shi. Kuma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ya bari da NDC, ya bari mun sani kamar ya muna alkawari kaman in muka zo mulki, kan da ya fara Al-Faruq College of Education zai zo ya continue 2015 in kun tuna da shi aka fara expand, amma in the last 8 years nan ba mu gan komai kai ba. Ya muna alkawari kamar in ya zo kuma zai zo ya expand saboda yaran mu ta san mu da suke neman su koyi abu su zama teachers. Mun sani kamar in ya zo da new government shi zai so ya ba irin instrument Islamic research dai ba su izini don kuma da taimako zon su yi suka mu na wurin koyar da malamai makarantar yammu. Kuma ya sani the next NDC government scholarship mu focus saman zai zama kan yaranmu ko matasanmu da suke neman su koya abu ta shari'a law, ko wurin su zama doktoci ko su zama engineers in ICT. Kuma ya bari mun sani kuma kaman cikin manifesto mu kaman zai so government shi za mu samu alaka da irin garuka ko organizations na za su so su tanye Ghana ko da state of Ghana mu establish sabon universities daga Ghana ta wurin Zongo musulmai na gwamnati. Bayan wanga guda shida ta wurin neman ilimi da education yaran mu ko matasa, ya bari mun sani kuma saboda neman cin gaban Zongo, kasuwancin Zongo, ya ce muna kaman zai zo ya create muna soyayya saboda yan unguwa jama'an Zongo duka, ko mai sayar da koko, mai dunki, mai sayar da shanu, kaya da ne mutane da masu jejuma duka, don ku samu taimako ku iya kusa cikin aikin da kuke yin shi. Yau in kuka duba an ce muna kaman vice presidentin gari, mataimakin presidentin gari shi musulmi ne, amma abu gudan na musulmi duka so yayi cikin laifin shi guda shine cikin rayuwar shi, shine zai so ya samu ko so guda ne cikin rayuwar shi. Amma yau kuka duba da za mu fita government ya ba mun gode His Excellency John Dramani Mahama da NDC su mun sani kaman ta wurin lamarin haji zon ya muna sauki yan zango da musulmai kowa ya ci amfanin shi, zai so ya zo rage muna kudin lamarin yau kudin haji almost 18,000 cities, 800 million kudada, ya ce muna kaman ya zo zai so ya rage wannan duka. Bayan wanga kuma bari mun sani kuma kaman in ya zo zai so ya kara muna holiday kan Idil Fitr, zai so ya kara muna holiday kan Idil Fitr saboda irin matsalolin da muke samu ta wurin sallah. Da shi irin shirye-shiryen ga duka muna so mu jawo hankalin duka. Shekaran ga in kai ka fito Zongo, shekaran ga in ka ce irin soyayyen da kuka bamu shekaru cikin Zongo, ku tuna kama akwai mutum guda mai gaskiya, mutum guda na yi muna kokari, mutum guda na shi ya gwada muna soyayya cikin Zongo, mutum guda muna alkawali, ya muna alkawali dai make sure kamar yaranmu sun ci amfanin gwamnati shi, ya muna alkawali kamar yan Zongo duka za su yi amfani sabon gwamnati shi. Da shi don Allah in kana jin mu yau ko ina kake duka ka tuna in da je a yi election, ka tuna Excellency Dramani Mahama da NDC, ka tuna da matasan Zongo kamar irin mu da NDC za su opportunity don cin gaban Zongo. Jama'a, salamu alaikum.
Choboy! Oh, Choboy! Are you here? Choboy! 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 Hey, Yazoo! Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is an exceptional woman. She's not just a woman, but an exceptional woman. She's a woman of substance, a woman of integrity. This woman started as a lecturer. She served as the head of department at the English department at the University of Cape Coast. From there, she rose to become the dean of the Faculty of Arts. She's a founding dean of the School of Graduate Studies at UCC. She served in that role. Now, due to her sterling leadership, in the year 2008, she was appointed as Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, breaking the glass ceiling as the first female to be Vice Chancellor of a public university. Choboy! In 2009, elected as Ghana's representative on UNESCO's executive board. More importantly, this woman has served as education minister, and it was under her that we saw construction of several community-day senior high schools, E-blocks, 46 of which were fully completed and operationalized. under her that teacher training institutions were converted into tertiary colleges of education. Choboy. It was her that polytechnics were converted into technical universities. Gentlemen, this is a quintessential woman with 3 children, all of whom have PhDs. A woman who speaks with discretion and wisdom. After she speaks, you don't have to issue a statement to apologize or clarify. Choboy, with a standing ovation and a rousing round of applause. A standing ovation and a rousing round of applause. Make welcome to the microphone the incoming Vice President, by the grace of God, the first female President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Obogu Ajema.
Of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John D. Mahama, the Speaker of Parliament, the Chairman of our beloved party, and Nananum, and go on to recognize Our Lady, the sign language interpreter, and all of us here. And I want to acknowledge especially those who are outside. If they can hear me, I want them to know how much we appreciate them. They don't have the comfort of a seat, but kept faith, and that is NDC. We keep faith party. So I greet all of us who are here and those who are not able to join us. We often describe constitutions as living documents, and manifestos serve as blueprints for progressive policy and democratic development. While dynamic audiences such as these remind us all about the importance of people-centered projects, it is no coincidence, therefore, that we have met in Winneba. And this city has long been recognized as a center for development in education, culture, and NDC. I'm a party no more dawa mo baka ho. Yes, obi ambra ye jobia ye yim. So we have heard the manifesto, and many of our speakers have come to me, and I want to recognize each of them. And the manifesto is the culmination of many town hall meetings, community engagements held across the country and led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And therefore, when we call it the People's Manifesto, or that we are resetting Ghana, this is not a decision a few of us have made indoors. This is our collective responsibility and our collective strategy, having come to the collective realization that we need to move in another direction. So, I also want to recognize Professor Danso Boafo, the chair of all of us. I've never seen anyone so patient, so focused, so detailed. Prof, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate all the work, the sacrifices, all the tolerance that you have put in to bring us here today. and of course all the members too. And again, to all those who made Association Loop and Abidjan Close their second and third homes, I want to say Ayuko to all of you. It has been a long walk, but we have arrived at the right destination. So we are not complaining. Actually, we are just happy. So, today is the result of a visionary initiative commissioned by His Excellency Mahama some 4 years ago, and it has sustained us in the policy direction, its incubation, right to its evolution and the launch today. With foresight, His Excellency asked the beginning of crafting of what might someday be a manifesto. And even if it didn't, it would have been the collection of thoughts, the collection of strategies that we might hand over to another group. And since it's within the party, there was no problem. So, over the past 4 years, we have engaged in countless discussions, debates, we have come to agreements and compromises, and refined many drafts and revisions to bring this document to life. We came from the party, but also from stakeholder organizations, civil society, many other concerned groups, anyone who wished to be part of the drive in things for the better. Therefore, we have included input from private citizens because that is also very important. As a party, we have a proud tradition of listening to diverse perspectives. As is often said in the central region, those standing behind us have the best view of whether the path we are laying is straight or not. This philosophy has resulted in what is being launched today, which is truly a collective document shaped by contributions from Ghanaians from all walks of life, regardless. So, what we are proposing, in collaboration with Ghanaians at home and across the globe, is what it is that has been elaborately conveyed by His Excellency and a couple of persons. I wish to begin with education. The NDC remains unwavering in its commitment to quality and accessible education for all Ghanaian children, from kindergarten through senior high school to the university and beyond. Education is the bedrock of national development, and we are determined to ensure that every child, no matter their background, has access to a conducive learning environment. To achieve this, we prioritize personnel quality, provision of infrastructure and learning material, and especially relevance of what the learners are acquiring towards future development. And we will pay particular attention to our schools in the rural areas and in deprived areas. Having said that, what I need to say is that the education goes beyond the infrastructure. Although that's basic, it is fundamental. It ought to have been, but it has not been. And that is why we pay attention to it. And we also pay attention to the quality of the facilitators of the whole learning process. And that explains why we keep raising the quality of teacher preparation and teacher training. Vocational and technical education is a very important area of focus. With approximately 70% of population under the age of 30 and 50% under the age of 18, it is imperative that we prepare for the job market. And now I would like to plead here that we look at our statistics again. If somebody went to the vocational school
because he is so endowed to go there. It is not so much because he couldn't. We need to tone that language so that the students will feel appreciated and will feel encouraged and will know that we appreciate them also for talent that God has given them. We know without them, all the value addition and so on may elude us. Our manifesto also emphasizes digital literacy, and I think my boss has spoken at length on that. But our vision is very clear. We want and will support an education system that prepares every Ghanaian child for a bright future, and a child who is rooted in their global knowledge through our rich cultural legacy. We consider to be very, very important. And therefore, all the things that have been said about in education support this philosophical underpinning. Now, let me highlight our women. We recognize the role of women, and Shamima, thanks for emphasizing all of it. It's very, very important, and we agree with it. But distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you also know in this country where we stand as women. In fact, before I go on, where are the women here? If you don't mind, I would like all the women to stand just for a moment. Actually, we've been sitting for too long, so it's okay. And I want all of you to clap in appreciation. I want you all to clap in appreciation for what the NDC and what His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has done for us. By bringing one of us into the public light, he has brought all of us. Thank you very much. You may sit down. So, H.E., we want to thank you very, very much. And you know, as women, we have all kinds of peculiar problems that only we know, that only we experience. He talked about how our bodies naturally function, and that can even stop us from moving forward. It is not by accident that we look at enrollment from P1 to P3 is almost stable. But you look at P3 to P6, the drop comes after P6, and you ask yourself, why is this happening? And you know why. And so we made a bold step to ensure that girls can also go to school, stay in school, move up as they can, and realize the potential in them. And of course, our bodies didn't just start functioning that way. It's just been who we are. We also know economic challenges more than others. And what are some of them? For all kinds of reasons, we are not able to stay in school, and that is something we are going to work on aggressively, to remove all the bottlenecks, to remove all the obstacles that prevent us from moving up. But meanwhile, a lot of us are up there already and may have missed a few things. So what happens? It is not by accident again. In this country, many, many women are in the small-scale businesses. Na yenso ni enyim faso no anamobwa mesiafo no aze na yeton anaye nton aze yeton aze enye jeti kasibia po na yehwehwe na yekohe yanko yem papa ho a yebokọ nanani yanko nanani fie nde MP sukran we hu amenze wo MP bia na rekoni fie ana yebokọ wo fa ni fie anamobwa ana eboko ba ifie denti na nko ba besia no o se ne nyimde onyibi denti na onyibi enwa inum ye nsama yerbisa. So what's the solution to all of this? We'll go and borrow. Which bank? The bank will say bring a collateral. What is it? The papers your car na car na ye will be a trotro ne fampo wa ya asam. So therefore what done the papers bra wara mo ete busua fie order na wan ko take ebusua na krate na ezo koda ze kaje busua in the bank na yenta ye nko ho So then what we do? We go to somebody who will lend us money. Yes, he will lend us the money, but the interest on that money is not even what we are seeing as 40% from the banks. Sometimes 100 or more. Say who the mamanzin. Fear by done. Ena yako banko nye ene yakobobusa osun. Inti yabaya done. Inti here ana optimism afase. Here political party a obumafo. Na party onye mohe. Onye National Democratic Congress. Inya president so obumesiafo. Optimesiafo wonsu. Ibi kronye wana His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Na wakanye nyina yentira bom no adenti yabaya done. Insanye pedi etako yempa. Tako hopo a ho ayebufu anamoboa. Wabaka ho za achiro. Na de bebia arabaze otona agbakawo. Na enya hia ne pede yebakawo. Asam no motinyin. Tieso ke sadamaza abane hwehwe hia yem bank hin. Yepia bank otse hin na ase. Yempia ko bakada yankafa collateral mbra yenyibi. Yempa bank obakada yankafa ka no hu papers mbra. Hen asase kakrakan hen ejapa yenyibi. Into what's you? What's it? Obey hindered. Into the Women's Development Banker. O say Samudo. Nya Samudo could say ye there. Yen yes canton azo. O yen sembio Mississippi or Henda Brabum. If you hope Nyaw soon baby a quick and more day yen. Ebusu a fast mamika what I say. And I want to say what I say. If you saw what Akobon Bosian, our Kotaku no to collection. Obakon into your council to collection. And I'm a boy. Obafon to create one that one on your cousin, or Baraba, and the Midinawabu Boshe as an account. It's a Women's Development Bank, no, or the second mother Bosian is the woman or the phone boko. No, she said, Papa, Obama advisory services. Obado, obe mental, no dandano. Obado baby no na mfaso ebenyane. O sanda mfaso no so chen. Insi huna erukotua. Ebotum diskane bi ezahye wazu tonim. Obado baby na wo capital no retraw ana na business no orinyin na wo so no na so margin. Na ndo de ekeda wo fa ne papa no ho na so ko amat. Insi onyaze ebotum yakoko hopi. It's a Women's Development Bank. It is here to empower female entrepreneurs and small business owners by providing low-interest loans, financial education, and sustainable support. These things will create job opportunities and break down the financial barriers that many face when starting and sustaining business. Want to see us new soon. Also, when any Juma Dawson, Anambwa, Mr. Fonjin the Juma Dawson. Say a coffee. In Sasama, remaining Funa Jat to Mamma. Densra. O send on one swan coin Murubu, Anamabwa. Say a yabadodo. And to say, Siana, so that's why it's free. Anna, it's a menu for no account, menu for no 1.7 message. So this initiative comes as no surprise to some of us because we have been long aware of NDC's long-standing commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment as essential pillars of national progress. And we know what our predecessors in the PNDC to the December Women's Movement and all. It is also not surprising that the NDC that pays attention to markets. We have heard of KJT, we haven't gone there. We have heard of Kotokraba and so many other markets. And sometimes you are driving by and the women who are converting our raw material into our value are the ones sitting under some shed they're all not even cemented, no washroom, nothing for their children. And in the end, you ask, so who buys the material and at what cost? So they need help in this area too. And you know, American today, say Begoya, once a couple when you that down. Mankesim, I might turn as well, Mankesim, what's the count? And I was in count. Makola, alone no baby. What's the count? Maybe Siafuna, maybe one summer now, a woman market. Mankania won't find them. The banky lanya. What's all bang? I don't want them. Into Obia Kahu, Obia Yebi, as some my year canyon. Near Yesunia by employment, I am one year Jumaye. On a subos, I can if you 24-hour economy, Obia Jam. No one may bones some may use them. 1 million bones by the power, 133. As I don't know to phone Boko, share a pede when you use in your Jumata. Our from one. Jiwanutum or Motsi was I bida, Fenin out in Chen. Jiwanutum, as you, a bushia fuya than Obo Drew. What's the Arjun Baba? Nigerian obey Juma. Into 24-hour economy, the main can want some Sunday. Yenra, Waba can want see, may you now so yata say. No, Piada Maka cake a crap. And we are now promoting in a numo how honestly yati be. Not the man or to the enemy, so Dama Wabo Heno, I see a war, Yanzimote. Into a baby damnaze, chase pound an Abian hen. And yet, from us to Hanaku, and they may pee or warrior. So, a friend and a sir. I see as the Angelica Crabakawa, and I did ways move, announced them. It's maybe a woman can do have mercy a phone, and a way, and you maybe was a Chichua Bechi, sister. What's say, Kuwin Kuko Winim. Nefes when you are married, or dog or be so or tnaye. Area mobi no one is rado or it's a bush and funda yati. Yabado bia wabakasa waha Oba wabachra Nigerian. Ohona waba, ohona wabwa, ohona what's in a day, said the Honasi. So, this manifesto is not a set of attractive or empty promises. It is a roadmap to a better future for every Ghanaian. It is also a social democratic blueprint for building the Ghana we all want together. Together, for say atase, Obia so now then Obia Ningimizi, Obia Nember, Obia Nazakam, Ning ye Pian Yazakwinim. In Sonyado, President now no problem, or no problem, or ye hanging I am problem. Namu when you do Bia Subaba, or Baye Mobotum, Net Yasa, baby, I yet say, San Henebusia, Yasa Zemepi, no man no afane, in Tampa, we fra, into the man or Chadabra party near two man. Every party not here, I say. Every party no ba, oye, Mpujuma. Yanto Abanjeshi, yet to Aba, there in Puntun, Juma and Bra. Yan my yeto, yes, a development film. We are confident in the way ahead. And the NDC has a good track record as well as a renewed vision. We are motivated by confidence in our skills and the goodwill of our fellow citizens. Progress is within our reach and the reach of every Ghanaian, regardless of your age, religion, whatever that differentiates you. And we are here to present something very, very meaningful to reset Ghana. It's going to be hard work, but you and I know that by the grace of God, we will get there. So to vote for the NDC is to put your trust in the statement that Ghana can get better. Thank you very much.
Yasidian, obedience, Dapep, obedience to Beba, obedience, young Beba, Yantio, Bobo Macade, obedience, Dapep. Oh. Come on. Yes, one man, answer one more time. Where do you get the money in the water? Come on. Oh, young Thomas. I say, you're beautiful. You cook what we are. Honorable. You cook what Sam. Listen, I may say, come, everybody, come. Election Avenue Masugu Swamu ha 92.9 megahertz and Kessben 93.3 megahertz in Kumasi, Kessben TV, DSTV channel 364, Gold TV channel 121, and our social media forms. All right, NDC Manifesto and Masugu Suna motion. Abeja for that so has say Honorable Alexander Akuoko, former parliamentary candidate. Born English man from for National Democratic Congress and Honorable Solomon Owusu senior communicator at my movement for change. Alright, manifesto ni yaboboswa na quickly my main sign running through a normal beer very vital. President Mahama and of course forcing some of the speakers ni be akadia for manifesto no or NDC manifesto. All right, so I said the next NDC government will abolish COVID-19 levy after forcing. Implement policies to stabilize the city after forcing NAA minority leader. Now, or say NDC next government, NDC to me by Bemwa. The next government no more abolish the COVID levy and no, yeah, Jina Fei. Oba the programs be ba said abeya abema sidi no na hoden no akosro. Special allowance for teachers who accept a posting to rural areas. They say a teacher form pese obo call remote areas, rural areas in krase no obo ko kira de no. Yeba mo obo special ye fere say incentives and as a special allowance be and President Mahama I na just so person de bo just to inspire or encourage teachers. Said a bear on betting rural areas no aquachadi and a numa somewhat say you are teacher for the bill honor say who posted in the nako in Crasia ano on peso beko bu crown tra baby sada and to send a bear teacher in bed Japanese or becono said a bear teacher for no ebetiasiano and uti and or this about duties on cars imported by teachers to be paid in installment. There's a teacher for also so duties are yadeba cars ye bekwa kwa duties no o make sure so ye teacher ni a ukoyi car you betray an installment. Teachers licensure exams will be abolished and integrate in the final exams. And so teacher for licensure exams are aba you know President Mahama so buy be make sure say you never kwakosha omo eyinim ye for the final exams on and on and on and on and on. More politicians and persons of interest will not allow to enjoy government scholarship. And we say as some kesia pa Abadia for that's what has said. Mami Korabo Alexander Kokorum. Honorable. Yes, what can I say? Me person busa a specific question. I will come there, but generally, you listen to all the speakers, including the running mate and of course the flag bearer, President Mahama and Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. You listen to them and other speakers. Your general impression?
My general impression, though, say this is a well-thought manifesto.
Yeah.
We share Niyama Omwakanfa Hono. These are things make us say Ghanaians identify themselves with on daily basis. Because Wakanfa cost of living home. Na the cost of living no a cost no wa addressi ewo manifesto no mo. Na ninyina eni say aduane a nipa edi is very very key. And he say aduane bo etumi ekofoma. It means say wosika no bebre beka obetumi di aye bibi foforo. And to me this manifesto try to address the basic needs of Ghanaians. We share the healthcare sector niama omo pese omo implementi ewo hono. At least Ninyina is trying to address the challenges ewo ye health sector no mo. Na say we are will call any of the cheap compounds health centers no won't actually
primary health care.
Yes, who here say ubekita even Ghana card. Sorry, national health insurance.
Fortunately, this is Ghana card.
For you see, that is how it is. A policy be a mimi who say a dream or mine home. Then again, the general problem ye face or mine unemployment, high level of unemployment now. And I think and then what throw more light on the 24-hour economy. What areas are the 24-hour economy will be focusing on. What incentives are or the bema under the 24-hour economy no. Wasa chireye kwen obefaso edia creating markets no. Edia ma the local industry no to me are capitalizing on the 24-hour economy no. Now one thing okay me to me no be the pa overall no any say a buying per se on se sika e wo bibi ho a obehwe se saade no ye bi wo Ghana ha ana na say ye bi wo ha de den enu be ye the first thing and the first point of what call o send a message bi so e di ma ye nuan mo outside o mo per se omo mbeton niama e wo Ghana ha no o say wo per se ye nto wade no come and invest here be ye production wa ha we your production you stand a better chance of we patronizing it. And I think this statement is very key. Idea this statement no any say it is wooing investors into the country. At the same time no so create employment because I would to crop now we ye manufacturing no ho na ye ba ho beto a wo krom fo no mo benye adwuma na ye but would di ba ha now we ya Ghana for never there to me I am happy because me share manifesto no address issues be brave then again we share taxes one sema okay and I think say and also because taxation is very important but the wood tax will call for no so too much and you more call on him. And taxes no a necessary evil. When you don't handle it very well, no, a bet to me, I'm my economy in crap why then I collapsing. A idea okay, to me, no, because wow, yes, I buy what he asked I say would be a development. But when you focus on taxation too much, no, so Timamufono Edio here. And there should be a way Ubermas cannot me atra or munchen because it is only when Timamufono or Muye pass and I buy no so ye. It is a whole year BP. I will look at all those things, and I'm happy to see the young guys now because I have 10,000 businesses or encouraging youth no na afibia they should set up. And our council says so most setting up those new businesses no or more tax holiday for years. It is very, very good. Youth no because there's a setting up business no not easy. Obibi worker just setting up business is that we know it because we've lived it before. Your name sanity. And you set up businesses and immediately after your first year, no, say won't start a yes. Taxes now. So one share business no be collapse. Yeah, it's true. And to me, this is something okay, and Mama Kuma told him because say encouraging youth should go into their business, which I believe that is the direction that say because at the end of the day, say you can't buy a juma. I buy a hand over to me afa. On to me funny probably. Just say individuals or mwanga to me or more businesses because okay. Who starting a business or I employ one or two more people.
Yes, Honorable. Thank you very much. I'll back to you, but ex-President Mahama has come back and Yanin near some races here.
Money within 1 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumara, that is the International project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program. We roll out Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15. We review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles, to rescue the local automotive industry in Magazine, Konkombe, Aboso Okai, and all others. 16. We will lay before Parliament a new bill to usher a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the award of government scholarships. We will make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17. We will aggressively confront that's number 3. Number 3 is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. 18. We'll launch the Black Star Experience. Unfortunately, the paper on creative industry couldn't be read because we've run out of time. But in there's one with the Black Star Experience. It's our major creative industry and tourism initiative. So the Black Star Experience will be launched. It's an initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, creative industry, and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred hub for creative industry and tourism. 19. will commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements who are causing havoc in our country. 20. We'll reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings, Ayawasu West Wagomba election violence, murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wulo Chame. 21. We'll initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRA speech from the Akosombo and Kon dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta region. And we will take immediate steps to provide compensation for the victims, including those in the lower Volta, those in Oti, those in Bunu, those in the Savannah regions, and other areas that were affected by the flooding. Ezu will carry out a shake-up. We'll carry out a shake-up of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. This is a social contract with the people. And people ask me, you're going to find an economy in a mess. How are you going to handle all this? We're going to realign our expenditure. We're going to cut out waste. We'll realign the budget so that we can create more fiscal space in order to finance these projects. We're going to use innovative methods to raise the resources so that we can finance these projects. We're going to prioritize, strictly prioritize, and select the most important projects that will create immediate benefits for the people of Ghana. We're going to put our money where our mouths are. That is what a new NDC government will do. Ezu, yeah, maza the matter. Don't worry na go de kware. Ezu, manya munache. One day I got a maka soyeya. Ya kamada ke maka got a mashi soyeya. Ezu, don't you know for the way so me sonka. Yanda zongo ni suka gwara muna soyeya. Inshallah. Ale babu karfi ebamu iko muma mugora musu soyayya haka nan ezu don shi ne keni na sadiki ya fade we inshallah mu zo mu duka mun sani kaman zuwa Mecca ya zama one of the 5 pillars of Islam amma yau saboda kudin da ya kamata a biya a je Mecca mutanen mu iyayen mu maza da mata da yawan su sun yi niyya su je Mecca amma ba idan Allah ya ba mu mulki muka zo za mu rejidin Mecca ne kowa inda ya yi niyyar shi ya samu ya je eza karshen mangana na mun sani watan Ramadan in za a yi azumi ana duba wata ne kamun a fara Ramadan in za a kwance azumi ana duba ni gani wata tukun a kwance don shi kowane lokaci ya zo a yi kama waranga sun ci sallah yau gobe waranga kuma su ci sallah don shi abinda za mu yi mu kawo zaman lafiya kowa ya ji daɗin sallah za mu kara za mu kara ranar hutawa guda ne ana turawa na cira holiday za mu kara guda a kan idil fitr don shi in wayan ga sun kwance yau sun ci sallah yau waɗanda sun kwance su ma su samu su hausan Kano na ya zo sosai ba wasa ba at this juncture I want to invite my running mate Professor Jenna Nopokwajiman, our national chairman, General Mosquito Johnson Asiedu Ketia, our general secretary, P.T. Fiabekwete, and our minority leader, the Honorable Ato Kesel Paulson, to all join me up here so that we can launch the manifesto. Yeah. Where's the parliamentary candidate for Winneba? Join us up here. Launching two versions of the manifesto today. The manifesto itself and then the Braille version for the visually impaired. We're launching both today. So on behalf of the good people of Ghana, the national executives, the rank and file of the National Democratic Congress, and the youth and women of Ghana, I have the honor and privilege to launch the 2024 Resetting Ghana for Jobs, Accountability and Prosperity Manifesto today. I consider it duly launched.
Jabo enya babedu NDC manifesto ena amahu say ene President Mahama and I say ex-President Mahama the one launch no of all the party executives and penifo wom the parliamentary leadership and Winneba PC and National Democratic Congress and on my launch that say they are launching ordinary honorable Koko na ugu anuguswana wakasa yes. Yanko na account bear of 4 minutes. Yan finish na me ko honorable solo. Yeah.
And see, the American said this is a well thought manifesto addressing the needs of Ghanaians. Na we share niyama yaka ewo manifesto no all seeks to address the challenges ewo mine.
Yeah.
Na I was on the 24-hour economy.
Yeah.
Na me chere we share niyama wakano because at times no AAD because we can 24-hour besides on 24-hour no ubenya marketing no wa ube then why
Kessben 92.9 FM.
In a developed economy like ours, developing economy like ours,
FM.
The states no Ghana states no spend a lot of money in purchasing of goods and services. So CESA purchasing power no is directed into the economy. Na mamima example, yanim say afibia government school nkwada eco school oma free uniform. And we are telling who on one machine. And I am say who or factory, who or one machine.
Kessben 92.9 FM.
Nipa neba obeye juma 8 hours. Now upon the rest of the hours, no machine no si ho. Unfan yeshui. But under 24-hour economy, what it means say nipa no be ye ni 8 hours no kwa. Obe to me I employ another seamstress. Don't so have a traho. Now the same machine, you don't need to acquire a different machine. The same machine, no, so I be use
for another 8 hours.
Another 8 hours. No, upon another person. I be use 8. And so money I am fan say over transit 8 hours. No, to me yet 10. Ntadi 10. Now obi fufuru suba ebe 10 na. No, be fufuru within the day. No, what produce 30?
Yes, but he said that was it or Temon say one job, 3 shift, 3 people.
Wow, that is beautiful. That is fantastic. To create that job, no, instead of say, yeah, the contract never more be. Nani pa no beka say, oh, me call China. Ako pam school uniform, so na me the abagana no. Say the more be wa ha. Under the 24-hour economy no. Obepe tell fo ombe to me apam e wa ha man. Enti say wo kwana ya ma o pe na wonim say oh, e bia quantity aye dia ma me no and the deadline mean to me no. Who before be account who before then you run the same machine. You don't need to go and buy different machine. Enti it's a good concept to me no. I be boa na ma ejuma aba o mai no mo because na nka first say na me ma for example na nipa 2 omuti baby omuni ma di pam but omuni ejuma ye ombeka say oh me ni machine abi be ye but obi wo machine no na me obi din command catch say even hairdressers me wo me wo salon e wo ho me wo machines ni nyina ho me kwa na me ye ejuma enti me ye ejuma 8 na ma pam na ma coffee obi be to be home catch so bisu my way ejuma nesua me a master on my own enti wo premises no wo wa pom akofie no fa rent me na me ye ejuma wo mre a wo wa pom no e free a be a 6 no e call this time ono je ewie no bisu hu a wetu ma catch say okay me so me ba be fa e dia free a be a from 12 no e dey call adichin. This is what we are talking about. This is the game. So you don't need to buy new machines. The same machines. Or mobile you are on rent for using your facilities. No,
the one thing that 24-hour economy. So even the dressmaker, the seamstress, will come now. Sometimes crowded. What are the baby? The person is so occupied to the extent that ebia and the day obeti me apamenta de bia 7 obi anu upon now would initiate ebia na would to so bia 42. You understand? You are the customer. Customer number 42. 80 what do ko be se bia 3 weeks time or 2 weeks time. So in this case are we saying say ye no 24 hour no or don't upon or corner ke bia wo de ye obisu ba be pam so no timi pa bia 12 obisu betimi ba be pam 12. You understand? They no obiaso be pam 12. So instead of say ka adene be wo nipa no nsam bia 2 weeks no I betimi take about 3 days or 4 days.
What they want in a at the pam say no the nyina is a cutting no. Is a cutting no. And it's a master no a cutty here. He can just employ some of the boys no say hey mom pam. Because it's the cutting that makes it. We call big companies are omuye garment. It's all about cutting. Omunya design no more cutting here. The academy and say people are just joining.
Yeah.
And see this concept no me who say it's a game changer for economy like this. Make I say economy is under stress. No, you need something like this. A bit more productivity. Right. Na ebema omayeno yehu atoye kakra.
Your final question abemra honorable sulo hono. Eyi ozena express the Mahama kabibifa sa jobs and all ka say ye bibi ni hu si ebi wo hase ya. They will make sure that they will consider the companies and the industries that were hase in first. Na you put premium on, pay attention to them before you consider them. Make I say the year 2000, when President Kufuor did his research in Amancha Abona, and he said that $100,000 and Ghana ya crack more $100,000. You understand? And about this country. Now, ever since policies upon policies, political parties upon political parties, party be a baby, they talk about it. Afebo is still a mono quad costro. So how do we see this thing that ex-President Mahama is saying, is going to end? And thereby hope you bet me said this thing is going to end the import-driven economy that we've been fighting for over the years. Because all the political parties manifesto focus on this, and over the years we've been having the same language, the same phrase, the same. How do you say erase a bit media Russia? What is the difference?
A bit more living through importation of these items. And the say one planning yi nanipano efilise or babelusu the business.
92.9 FM.
They will begin to fight against the system.
Yeah.
One was another and to me, for this program to succeed, or more war system no more, or more the importation of those items, First, we need to see them down.
92.9 FM.
Na yeniomo enkasa. Say yeniomo ekasa. No mo who say the capacity is there locally to produce for them. Now, I did be also now you are producing it on a very large scale, and my prices above.
Yeah.
And see, so mo say patronizing the local ones, for a start, to me, and say it is 100% ban. But who say okay, local capacity, bet to me, am I even 40% of the aircraft, will reach an agreement, or more, so maybe by 40% now, a war locally, now, or more, the your friend is saying 60% no bar. No more to 40 they are free or minimum. As time goes on, we will build the capacity of the local industry to the extent that maybe it will overturn. It becomes 60-40. And gradually we'll get to 80-20. And by the time we'll be aware, drew 100 now, because to me, and started preoccupying, say, oh, this way there 100% ban. No, it is not. Say yes, so and your how can see baby or mine. So I believe that with this plan in place, we'll go step by step carefully. Now your implementation in such a way that Nipa no onion living through importation of those items. No, will not think say every business. No, we can even link them to the manufacturers. Na omoni manufacturers anyang nkomodi na omo ahu kwan ombefa so hedi aye because they know at times is the guarantee omo wo ebi aye ne panel agent for a particular item. No name so no kwan not me ba now we can say who is sad at times is because of the way you handle certain policy. And every policy, you should know that before the policy comes, there are players and you need to factor everybody's interest so that the implementation can go smoothly.
All right. That was Honorable Alexander Akuoko, former parliamentary candidate for Botswana English, a man from and I'm going to say or Kasano. Let Honorable Sulu. Ex-President Mahama Kabibifa, the SOEs, state-owned enterprise. And he says, the state-owned enterprise, Omontiapo, Abubo Bokasa, Auditor General's report, and Yadi, Ubian one more in your profit. And he says, a Bible ruling program at the more my strong. Now, does it mean that we need to scrap SIGA, a state interest and governance authority? The supervisor or whatever, the overseer of that, those enterprises, you understand? Do we have to tackle from there? And now say we should scrap it and focus on a specific program that will make that SOEs more enterprised.
I say, no problem is to say the kind you SOEC we will now cut onto the country. Minimum on a strategy by any moment any freezer from the movement perspective. SOEs you analyze the cut onto SR money in the private sector. Normal be take over. Now I don't know if free a buy no from the responsibility year committee your tax resources into idea and fanfaso behind the emre. Say then fanfaso why do you keep it? The fee say a year hono. Na say a managerial problem. You best say the one more between a year human, but your focus in your part say be any private sector no. Ebe kabum. Or say unfortunately nya etimpo bi say abeg my fanso a okroma. Na saa de ni edi nya pa. Eno ntira mi tie for President John Mahama or 24-hour economy no. Ama me a bit shaky on it. Because you see public sector no say you bloating mo a omo nyina duru na minimum omo indoctrinate omo. Obi abe lazy. Don't wanna productivity ekofom. Bribery and corruption na kosoro. Chabo se dwuma ni gina faako yenko yenu. Enu ntira abe here offer a budget as a budgeter. 2 line items for the DSika. Interest on your loans any public sector payment. Now, society mum anyway and DSika. There has to be a correlation between productivity and revenue generation. You have the federal public sector yet you to generate enough. Today we are not using any buying airco. And it is a way a banner would develop a strategy. Your strategy must not be towards the public sector. If it is a chrome nipa more than 10 million a year, but they move 760,000 per public sector. So, and it is a 760,000 and a year more public sector. Now we nipa 10 million a year, but that's a private sector, no. And they fund you part of donor. And the policy here must be geared towards improving the private sector. Now, the private sector here, at all, taxes will sort the Kuma, you get taxes, baby. I say, oh, you are why bonnie, oh, Gruma, and then you see a fact and be sure you better swab for a bill, your interest rate regime. Oko banka ko bobi CSC here when you force here between 40 to 45%. E die adwuma pa na obetumi aya. Sa dem faso de bebro. Enti ohwe allowance perspective na ono no hwe se ye beti interest rate so. Na fe ye tua corruption. Look, ziga corruption e okromu ano. Se eno nkwa yetumi ete so by 50%. Ye mo besi okromu abi. Se a buying procurement. And I have always maintained, say, yes, ye kwakoji by contractor, ye advert or graphic, so be MBDB. Ye winnie ye mamma publish, she said, Dipano winnie, no. I saw what I see a cotorose, ubet me out to am I 1 CD and now 2 CD. Osha and Sema every your friend say, all Africa games here, you organize here. Office and Panya and Pa say, answer na yede contract ni kwa kwhye de o kwa konu aduane ne nsa no se be ka kire Ghana se ye kwa konu aduane ma nipa be 3000 ye be spend $15 million enka ye nkasa ye be kasa but here is the case ya kodi sikana bie ye se tax e boye se se ye kom obi okwa banane etumi atira se ye nko say $4.5 million for tax keke no enka wonkasa. So one of the ways I was here they say obia ko tender wia e wo say you publish nipa na amount to call the winnings yes say condition e ko to a say no the win ye tia say dey make appeal na yente corruption the show. However me feel say ye say ye ko enemy aland ne plan about NDC the manifesto about NPP the aba and then jabema intro no eso etwa say obi no betua kasa outside manifesto si anayi another social contractor o se oni o man no epese apama oni o man ye de eko. But I don't understand why they say betting tax yi free. Honestly I don't understand it. And this will be ye from MPP should be ye from me mentiase ye be promote chacha to krumana
ye bibi dia wu emabru mama to abama ye.
No, but because I am wrong. For me, it doesn't make sense. Sir, and a young boy, dear, or alcohol, so free way. I didn't do alcohol. So it's to punish people that are drinking alcohol. Won't mean ye, wouldn't yanas or benum, the other trees can be brinama, a binam, a juma. Said Mebunizo, about 2 year. How did you go ye free so? In any case, policies are more than 2 in a mobile. In Mebuni Benyard Maya. And until say Mebuni Benyard Maya, dear. Now we are all that we are saying is a young person better chacha. Nanya Ugo Yefris Wiley. In the same way, no, what it road to and then get jai betting tax no, Nama road to cry or move a mungo. So I say, and it's ye, levy, only through a beboa. As I feign, Nipa be brene who say, bite it, or be a watcher we levy.
Yeah.
Banking transactions, yeah, obia, and Minipabia, no, OMBP moi. O cut deal be defended, they be no fetchery. No, Charlie, she said, made them my swerve. I'm saying, can you cry now? On to them, your say, or party the war, bam, that's wrong, Miss Idea being in our car. When you're party new, that is no communication. Can some never wow, I know your bonnet. A bite you be and it is a obey ye levy, yani a car. Ye taxes are ye be ye free or no. See ye be ye levy free or ye be a special import level of 2% free. Ye best answer I realign VAT. Who's a VAT? What's a CIA compound calculation? 2018, Anna can for that and come by say, ye nisi car, no man no children, Tiemfa, Yanya VAT, no, ye can't NHI, no, a levies in any way, the boom. I said, I apply your friends say 15%. That double a calculation.
Yeah.
Yes, ye be ye be ye free. Almost so be ye free. It's a good thing. But you see, send you no manifesto promises, where promises. A friend of policy promises. The devil is in the detail. The devil is in the implementation. So since 1996, there be a political parties. Your friends say manifesto. Said the Omode Benjana Gachi was oh man get heaven. Acquire casa. And the next level, they say, I was so did the Pami and Son and also be a war contest or the manifesto ban. What do one casa general? Because whether or not you be implementing manifesto, it's a Nippon one casa sunwa. Oh, you know. The Biameka said, the mere fast or NDC, that's what me say, and also one people, that's what me say, so leader no win here, one would move, and answer the old kind of awful. So, son, a tear, dear, say, you know, one party near to Abamana be yet. Obedient na president enka 80 MPs ka so mo mpeke no friata no enka na ku foro bepam no but ho no kire wo mo say look enya mo MPP ni yeto abama mo yeto abama me na ku foro so beyond the political parties the individuals involved or moko contest no aha no the reduce bibia because for NDC manifesto for MPP manifesto for GTP we are all speaking the same thing and it will be so because Ghana problem there is the same problem. The problem with unemployment, infrastructure deficit, and the common about the Njuko manifesto. Now, anya prana as a mukra wouldn't more mine now where they
okay. That's not. Let us stay in the corruption, further. What's a UN representative in this country, a UN representative in this country, Charles Albani, Mr. Charles Albani, has made us to understand that. Say 2.6 trillion and the whole world elusive to corruption in every annually. Chafa according to the Ghana Integrity Initiative.
Yes.
HSA Chafa $3 billion. That's the Ghana
every year.
Yes. Usha the manifesto here how to fight corruption. Ubia outside NPP. Other political parties no Ubia manifesto is and I say, Obia policy to fight corruption is, I will jail them. The bar will jail them. But we have had even the military junta time where people were gunning down the cold blood. But the people were still stealing.
Yeah.
So, mechanism, dear policies, you bet me once and for all. Obia there is something that I would say on the platform to scare people, only to scare them. But you don't have a concrete a mechanism or policy that can end the corruption or reduce it drastically once and for all. Were you impressed with what ex-president Mahama said?
Well, I mean,
about how to fight corruption?
Well, to a large extent, so the all can make me a bad idea. But the truth of the matter is, a corruption who leader must be seen. So you be when you're corrupt. See, out you know you're in an matifi. So money so you're disciplinarian or mere discipline. Obanum say, you cast that 6 1 na 6. Papa Bobeboa. But here is the case of Papa New Year. Here is the case of Yenya Mampeni. Yen for Mampeni Kufadonya example. Ye will be a friend Alistair Matthias. I walk catcher and say, or no Mampeni ne connection. Ye dear natural Al Jazeera. So do you believe for a moment say Obia or any subordinate? Obeso be idea. So the first point is that the leader must reflect Obia or person Kuntia Ketashe. It's as a leader we are a very difficult say Ziga Wako me man we are Wako we are me prosecute you. I'll prosecute you. But you see, focus knows how work and manage home. And this say ye jail some. Yesika the Nipandiako. Wafa yesika diako ye ni tua so wakosi dan o isligo. Wo so on go da jail na no ma me fa dan no. Nyansa be no.
And it's the most annoying part is that almost spending 3 years, 2 years, they granted them amnesty.
What people don't know is that air condition, so the point is that he said, "Yeah, Alan, a professional. Yeah, or said, yeah, give me a friend lifestyle audit,
lifetime audit, lifestyle audit. Wow,
sir, Ziga, a year school and yeah, all about them, and tempo. Ziga.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Ziga Baya, Okuta 4-bedroom wall, Trasaku. Immediately,
within 18 months,
I was saying, Ziga, you investigated. It's so simple. Say, yes, I did the Chrome one, Messia Habaya, Obia. Now, wait, you put a year, yes, you can. What by yes, near Sabon and Zamrani, honorable, you be so. What sort of society is this? When you say a branche, answer na oba, be woni kapre, oh capo, commando. What sort of nonsense is this? Akweye kromfo, complete. Na ye boy en sema mo. So lifestyle audit must be a priority. Be try e kwan a ofa so a wo de oba e say odi lottery a say receipt o. If as oba odi okotwa lotto, ai so ana odi ye. Ana odi si dan. Na mo want to be an kira sa dan immediately. I was say Jema Abano. Now you prosecute two count. Messi air about Kumbiansa. Go for by a dear tia incidents of corruption. Nana bias and a being time answered as say, or the Malamisa a year example. Or cost Sudan here boss 45,000 naira. Hey! Ubedem. But under this circumstance, if you answer sports minister, what to papa see, you see the 245 million, as I say, all Africa gives, and one somebody will be a more and ye defend it. Corruption cases are yet you go see cash or bab, Bessian pass. Yeah, basa. Yes, see, I call my task contract SML 1 billion, basa. Just and somewhat, call a parliament, say. $12 million. Ye acquire Palugu, ye becon tesa, yes, sky train, ye baba, ye, not $2 million. 2 years, and you're wing na a dear partner now, fees a watch on mine.
The lifestyle audit.
And no, yeah,
it's very important.
Lifestyle,
yeah.
No, Obianca se menye, but
it doesn't mean that Basano. That Data Protection Act, and some of the act protecting for their privacy. And we have to go to Parliament to make it lenient, so that we can investigate.
Absolutely,
I do agree because
absolutely,
some way.
No, we have
a young girl that you didn't move with honorable. You didn't nam. You didn't when you do maybe and come, I feel when we say what Peja Manchester Spentest. Your face Diamond Hills. What I say? Hilltop.
And this will be any more. You come in your trum simba via. Yen sa ba yo ya branche or your cromfo. Oba bem nanu yan wabu mana fasu bukata. And why ye? And yen to minka. Na ye wow no. Minu me nusika and kedia kwan. You bet me to be a cuckoo banker, Minu me and Quack loin it, and it overhead they be a Ukroma. Parliamentarians, Nasi, and as I buy bus or the air as a percent to tax him. A tona year 2 minutes to cover up for the corruption because the corruption is so high. It did be a binding this car or the year Jumano to say the be a jet war, then you pardon who chirom. But if you are able to deal with corruption, and when you answer a 2 bria, yeah, yebejeje na be di pa wan ya
honorable ti wait tell mam na men ko honorable akuko no we have yetra ha say from anopa ewia enimraba ekobo 6 you have listened to all the speakers you have listened to the running mate you have listened twice and wetie the flag bearer okoy no sabai no aba be in the 120 days what you do from the manifesto no present the mind. Listen to the manifesto. Were you impressed? Were you impressed? A normal NDC work for this country. Were you impressed? Forget about hide your bias. Forget about all these things. The yellow book.
Yellow for yellow they make me forget but the only
no, I'm saying that I'm not saying they forget it but they cast some keke.
All right.
So were you impressed?
I mean some medinka catch say a lot of the things I and it is so because your problem oh mine one problem and it definitely someone yama the margin of pound wabung say and you will know so to that extent say be bring away there I have to give them say it's a good manifesto such as here the what is left makabe bia me no mo nya adwene nkyerɛ say betting tax and I would defend my even at the peril of my life say wrong send this strong wrong signal to society say but all in all if all these things will be implemented and implemented well we will go a long way as a country and the problem has to do with the implementation of Sanyo so we are come for any krataso say ye be we and nipa na work no no kwa na be ye adwuma no one apamfo in an unlikely event so we near or be fan of a big na name most of the time problem the honor one open on the agenda say be a yentem the movement and only interest overshadow the public interest we are doomed the contract the down 10 cedi or no buy was it 30 cities now it is about who is going to lead Alan Catcher say he will provide you with a Christ-like leadership say the soon in the bind say Christ or Baby Lydia you bet me at take chrono so me chrono hear me ya cromfo too much okroma ya cromfo and that is where the Ghanaians must address their minds to.
All right, more messages we have here. You better read some of the messages. Abano, Amos, Amagobu, Mahu message and all that. You read them. But honorable, quickly, yes, in political science we have something called political opportunism. President Mahama Kasano we eulogize former president in the late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. No, a man a hero say is the greatest of all time. You see the word greatest of all time, but that is what he means. Now, tell us, is it because of what Napo said that he's doing this to woo the Nkrumahist vote? No, which it's a part of politics. No, were you comfortable with it? Because Debbie no. A president will come from the side of NDC who maybe do something more than what Nkrumah did. You understand? Now, all describing Nkrumah as the greatest of all time, not all these things. Were you happy or were you comfortable with?
Oh yes, I am very comfortable with that statement. Because I think the whole word I can say because Nkrumah. Free asasi so no achepa asana yebe the millennium I think personality of the century or whatever yes yebe no the BBC na Nkrumah ne ho be campaign amane ho but Nelson Mandela at that time no not yase betumi aye campaign amane ho. But then Nkrumah channel, the whole world, African personality of the century, no fire. You understand? So, Libya, Obia, Ejitum. Now, what share Mitai Ekin kind ni books, any speeches are, oh my. At times, when you are reading it, Bibi Sami will say, anytime or cast answer me, no, none peers no more trying to Asiano or Muti the Okanasiana. Yeah, I ask myself those questions. Say, time I can say near me omuti ase. Because I had to say, and now making kind sad no more, and I had to say only me na kasa ene. And you know, so definitely no, yes, the anapo echo can so is a contributing factor. Yeah. Because in politics, no, or because seminar can year, you try to capitalize on it. Na also would the anya votes na no. So I think President Mahama did a very good job on that. One can't be brave and fahun. You just make a statement and auditorium, and that is how politics is all about. You look at the opportunity no. Now you capitalize on it just to make your case. Okay. And to me, you know, the all kind of information behind okay. It is in the right direction. Say
okay. For the last a minute, 1 minute, na me corner boy, near wrap up. Okay. Funding the dangerous diseases in the country, diabetes, dialysis, and all that kidney problem there. You know, say I buy best set fund. Ebia ya be best sanko for any all this. That's fine. But what I'm saying is dialysis machine is home. We need to service it. But you sika dey see astro test. You understand? Adentina ye ni abanya obeka say take your health insurance, go for dialysis straight because obi sika. Recently when Kolebu issue ne buy, we sat here and did a calculation. Now we realize today if you have a kidney problem that you don't have money, you die. Yeah. I'm telling you, die. You don't have money there. So saving situation, can't we have once and for all that a manifesto, a program or a policy that will say what kidney problem, you go there straight and take your Ghana card and health insurance, go and do their dialysis and come because obiano twice a week. It's not easy. So why do we still have to go and find a fund? There's a fund, you know. Ya managing ye sikana metom and there is still in the ABCD.
I think they are working there. Many we are dripper because there's a bar nipa na pomidi no. And you'll be an or invite sickness and now disease. Say me me yari. Na yari ni bisu wo ho time obi ho na ba. Enti to be no say at times me who and I'm tea will reduce to say crofo koran esre sika obudi kwako somu muyare no mobile. To be honest with you, idea me I'm hey. I don't think I will ever be able to do such a thing. But yareso adipia at a time when he end also at times scrapple was scan war by the time I always started treatment no when him no nasikani nyana asa eti I am of the opinion he say we share national health insurance say it's a good thing but say national health insurance take care of me malaria me headache those basic issues now made to me ABR Eddie Misika asolve no. To me, no, woman me crap I will not feel the impacts. But ABR so bisu it's okay with it. You understand? So we need to look at it. I believe that when it comes to health issues, let's put the politics aside. And as a nation, let's discuss it. Na yenhwe kwan ya ye faso edi ye healthcare system sabi o mi wa aban bo mi ni aban bo I know I'm covered. And I think that is the way we should go because mobile people recently because a friend of mine in Enya kidney problem I didn't call Reach Hospital and omo bo modern na akakakra okoe but more money detoxify na sesia okay but meanwhile or call dialysis twice in a week so your chill amount na no edino to company we so wa faka no say no need there and say anytime be call dialysis bia no or no or my company no echiaka no but me bisa say
how long
for how long and nipa he never has this opportunity. And in Yamani Biwa, let's look at it. These cancerous diseases, any NDC the proposal, but it doesn't mean say that is all. Once the idea no say you say yembwa nkrofobino obisodi before Frobeba, then we all sit down as a nation and come out with a program.
Yes, that's fantastic submission from Honorable Akuoko. Honorable Mebaho, Mamefa, just 30 seconds and flip through some of the messages. Then you take the last 2 minutes near wrap it up. It was Nkrumah Aferos Kwabna. Was it please Bono Regional Hospital Sunyani is now teaching hospital. Kindly correct that. And now on the wire Ubika Bibisa. Let me say Ebia from okay. Christopher Abe, I say, everything free this, free that. These politicians are promoting too many free things and at the same time promising to abolish taxes. Betting tax and e-levy should be abolished. Christopher Abe, BM, also if things are not going to get easier, the politicians are not telling you the truth. Things will get harder. Okay, the government needs to increase the health insurance money. The money we pay now is not enough. Okay, thank you very much. God bless you. More messages here. Amasa Mogobo de Nedia Babat. Any Shadanya teacher constitution so the Nedia Ba. Honestly, say Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is the sure bet. We need to go for him and all that. Okay, thank you very much. Modemo Yaba. Honorable, wrap up my. But before that, touch this before we go. I say teacher Dabre program and again I say a teacher for a pension or say money your pension. We have a pension scheme and do we still have to go and tell people that Charlie Sabe PSS we see factor na that choka hujimwa Masadia mama or the aqua because I can see a dear you had a control bank in the bay my interest babasom the amount. That's fantastic idea, but do we still a basana means that yes, net near you need to and see any hope papa ana. I say it was a senator than a political institution and then a hammer. Say a year senate ye and year and there is nowhere you because you're sorry for to be say about ye politicians in Israel. How is this a president that appointed a director general of senate abra workers for a fund and we here now unnecessary investments no matter let the cabinet to be in some fashion and I also agree with them so on capo statutory funds national health okay the problem you say ya capo or musicano this cab national health insurance I had a copy of consolidated fund and sana buy active mama say do munya 100 billion but me the member 20 billion are you okay yeah diverted Alan said that be ye 200 billion my health insurance and no na mo de boy maduma na yen ko hwese corruption e wom no because also no over invoicing yen to para obisi atopara kese ko bibini kura mentiase ye timo diama
what him
all right yeah terminus ora we the pachabe yeah terminus Alan's camp monetary agenda just we started 10 seconds meet and greet and run on airport on nyina this here enye won wa say china be hu no ha na wo chia chia be meet and greet personal touch Ghana for no agina to Honorable Akuoko, are you supporting your candidate because you lost the primaries your former PC, right?
Yes.
Yes. So, are you supporting your candidate? English amount from are you taking the seat?
Oh, the seat need the AG because Niama slide ever catch a no English amount from no be na or your na at least the people have realized a true assembly no be at this time no dear obia and adwin say NDC and omodi no ko until obia e kwa koto aba no ama Felix Akwete Ukli ono ne NDC parliamentary candidate now ho no na ye worship say by 7th December no a ye beto aba no by 10 p.m. no one kasa obeti results no.
All right, thank you very much. Is the last year? Yeah, all right. Yeah, na eda masepa. Honorable Akuoko, era motene kana honorable Sulu. Yeah, pam na propose ziga. musi hene say Kessben the by elections yeah number 1 yeah da mo ase nyame ya domo a sounds so and the big Andy and yeah the technical production and I'm supported by Amos and Yima and Vincent Juku and no Omoma Kanina Nana from Pozigani nyame ya domo a ye be se chia Edwada bye bye.
Na hena wo pro ho akọ
me kohwe me din ni me ho nsem wo voters register no so
na register bay
electoral commission for ho ahonsiesie no ma afi 2024 amansan abato no fa bi eye oyi kire fa afi 2024 voters register every benada 20th August kosi benada 27th August wo anopa nonso ne anaju no nsiantem de biara
ene wo say me kohwe media sisi a
ane
kohwe
e wo say wo hwe wo ho nsem wo voters register no so na se hu hia mo nsesa no man twere ne yie no e wo say wo hu bebi a wo to aba no nso wo betumi akase etia nipa omo mfata say omo beka register no ho
ese say wo yi webusuani a owu ye ndin free crat anu mu
sa e wo say me kohwe me din sisi a
ane
kohwe